Hello, welcome back in Satisfactory. Music just went off at the beginning of the stream. 102 hours, just about. I think today what I'd like to do is start looking at drones now that we've just unlocked them. Build a couple, just for funsies. We need to sort out the packaged part of the turbo fuel plant. And we could probably solve that by getting some of the plastic from the polymer resin. Excuse me if I'm a bit nasally today. I don't really know why, but my cat was all over me and all over this desk earlier, and I think there's just fur and crap in the air. So I literally just beforehand just like went around with a hoover trying to hoover up the air and just like quickly changed. There's cat hair on me. She doesn't normally climb all over us, but that's something she's been doing lately. A little strange for a 5-year-old cat. Oh yeah, our pod is in the middle of transit at the moment. Man, pod. I'm playing Nier Automata at the moment. I got a pod in that game too. Hey, Jazlan and Ginger. It's always fun to say. People who are just watching might not know why, but his name has 2 G's in it. Good morning, Ryan and David and Adam. Cat shenanigans, yeah. Yeah, she's quite a reserved cat, but she just sat on me for a while, and I was just like, scratch her neck or whatever. And then I just noticed, like, I'm just covered in hair. And now I'm sneezing, so. It is what it is. Right. So, yeah, like I said, I think today I'd like to focus on just getting a couple drones moving, just to test them out. Haven't really played with drones properly in a long time. So that means going back to the turbo fuel plant. Well, actually, separate to that, sorry, is that I want to get packaged turbo fuel. And I think I'll just use the polymer resin to do that. So we'll sink the polymer, or not sink it, we'll stop sinking the polymer resin, turn it into plastic, use some of the plastic to make canisters, and then just bundle up the excess packager fluid, turbo fuel, into that. I think that'll be a nice little first thing to do. Then after that, I think we're going to try and make a crystal oscillator factory. I think that's the next thing I'm kind of missing. After that, high-speed connectors. After that, supercomputers. Got a lot to do. Well, I said this is where the game really begins, because now it's like, okay, we've got power. We've got pretty much all the building materials we'll need. Have tier 5 belts. Now we can play the game. We can design whatever we want. Now, I'm probably still on this stream not going to go insane building huge builds, but they're going to get a bit bigger than what we've been doing, for sure. Needed to set this back to crystal oscillators, actually. It's taking in the crystal, it needs cable. We had under there. And this is reinforced iron plates. That'll get that going again. Not go into the cloud. Nice, cool. Alright, so now that that's set, let's just go on to turbo fuel plant, and then maybe just while we're out there, I'll... Actually, you know what? I need just a couple of those crystal oscillators to make my vehicle. Yeah, because I've only got, what, 3? Yeah, I need 2 more. And we make 4 at one time. Good. Sorry about the light. It'll go away soon enough. Hey, Eric. Appreciate that. Thank you. May, just wanted to pop in and say hi since my internet connection was so bad yesterday I couldn't watch the live, so I'll catch up on that. Yeah, I saw that message. I said I hope you, I don't know, hope everything works out okay for you. Good to see you back, May. And no worries if you go off to catch up. I'm in the exact same spot as you. Time for the big stuff and infrastructure. Making train stuff, package turbo fuel for trucks and tractors. Yeah, I don't really have a game plan of, you know, how big am I going to build, what am I going to do in order to get to the next milestones. It might be worth looking over that. I've actually never made any of these parts, so an assembly director system, is it? That's the first one. Does that require... Yeah, so we obviously need a supercomputer factory, so that's really the next big thing I'll probably make, where I'm like, okay, let's target some decent number. I don't know, 10 per minute, something like that. Might be the right thing to do. Maybe more than that. I don't know what is a decent number of this. You almost get 2 per minute by default. So 5 of these seems kind of low to me, actually, because you could definitely do more. But, you know, everything just increases almost exponentially with that then. So yeah, we'll think about it. So it's a good part of the fun is planning all that out. But we just got to set up a few other little smaller things first before we get there. Alright. That just looks like it's gonna smash into the ground. Finally, I can try to burn some of this biofuel. Too much of it. It will be kind of tempting to build a road all the way down south. If I could just drive there. Don't really like hopping across. I mean, it's fine, but not a super fan of hopping across the terrain all the time. It would be nice to just mainline it. I'm gonna turn left here and we'll go through this factory and see where the road takes us. And could I just build the road further out? Even just for a little bit. And then if I run out of materials, you know, just run and continue and then come back to it later. Because yeah, we take a turn here and then we just hit those miners. Trees everywhere. I don't know. It would take too much planning. I'd rather just do the thing. Because yeah, just certain things are in the way. Like here would have been perfect. Just go straight across, take a left, bank straight, and go down for a while. But whatever. We'll get to it later, I'm sure. I have a strangely small road network for my playstyle anyway. I normally have really big ones. Good morning, Junior. Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm alive as well. I saw your tweet. No, I wouldn't say that was a cry for help or anything. But thanks for looking out for me. We got this one. Not seeing any icon. What do they need? Heat sinks? Could do that. Got the heat sinks. The hell is down here? Definitely spiders down here, isn't there? Okay. Heatsink. Right, so I've got that. Need to give myself something to eat. Should really just eat bacon and keep the pale berries because we can make the inhalers out of them. Alright, let's try to go back up. Cool cave. Sure, it just leads out to the bottom because we're like on a platform up here, aren't we? Anything of value? Some casing computers, why not? Anything else? Really what I'd like to find is like more cooling systems. Or, actually that's really it. Cooling systems was what we needed to unlock another hard drive site. Hey, Rocks DZDT. Need the genre just lurking? Yeah, ask away. Once we just get over to the area I'm going to, I can explain what I'm doing a bit better. At the moment, I'm a bit frazzled. But we're heading south, trying to get to the place that we just built yesterday. So for those who don't know, stream Wednesdays and Thursdays at the moment. And yesterday we built a turbo fuel factory. Pretty much from scratch, actually. So I'm pretty happy with that. Bigger than I initially planned, thanks to chat pointing out we could just overclock and get more oil, so we did that, and now we have a bigger fuel plant than I thought. We get some extra, and our power is increased as a result. So now, with extra power, we're free to build kind of like a new factory that we, well, really almost whatever we want. There's another hard drive site there that I'm tempted to get. So I just picked up a hard drive again. Do a little explaining. Hard drives obviously are for unlocking new recipes, alternate recipes. The game is full of recipes for things. You need this and this to make this. Hard drives provide an alternate version of that. Maybe make life easier to get a higher volume, but maybe with some trade-offs typically. One computer, that was easy. Take some crystal oscillators, thank you. Just get out of here before I get attacked. Right, so that's where we're headed. We'll check the rates of the machines and see how things are going. I'm just going to pick up that slug as well. Guy threw a rock at me. Those filters are great. You're just fully protected, basically, from radiation. Alright, so we'll walk through this build just very quickly in a moment, but I just want to make sure I catch my chat. I'm in school, right now. I live in Michigan. Focus on your schoolwork. Already spent 70 hours in the game, but still haven't proceeded to phase 3. Oh yeah, that's the way to play, in my opinion. I'm kind of just going... I'm just kind of trying to keep up progression all the time. But, you know, go at your own pace. There's no time pressure in the game. You're not going to run out of stuff. It's not like Factorio where your deposits will run out, so you kind of have to move and keep up with progression. Although you can turn that off in Factorio, but this game is more like, yeah, just go at your own pace. Because it kills me a little inside leaving factories like this, where I see them with no walls, no build, you know, no windows or anything, and I'm like, if it was just on my own, I would totally spend a long time just trying to make it look decent. You know, I wouldn't care how much time goes into that. Anyway, only on your second stream. Satisfactory Modeler is free on Steam and is an excellent planning tool. Has an outpost system to transmit materials to different factories. Yeah, I've heard about that. People really, really like that. I can never be too sure, man. Yeah, no, indeed, Junior. Yeah, no. I haven't been feeling great lately, so it was a decent question to ask, actually. But it was more just an existential thing. But read that already. You need 2 unused hard drives for the tech tree, do we? In here, right, or something? Oh, they're okay. Deuterium, don't need any here. Power slugs, don't need any there. And sulfur, we need 1. Oh no, yeah, we need 1 here. We've already got that one, so I'm guessing it's just this one, right? You need 1 and 100 power shards. I think other than that, we're okay. Yeah, we unlocked rocket fuel yesterday, so I'll just go through what we did really quickly yesterday, just for anyone joining, and or maybe people who skipped the video or watching in the future. We just built this place. That's basically what we did. I kind of recapped my liquid biofuel plant, and then we talked through this. So the starting point of this factory is over here. Right. Excuse me. So we have our resource well pressurizer. So there was an oil node here, one of those underground nodes or whatever. So using this, we're able to get 450 oil out of all these little extractors, right? So we've got all our little extractors around. And we're powering all of these refineries, which are just making fuel. And this is where we're going to make a change today. It won't take too long, hopefully. Anyway, so they're all making fuel, and their byproduct is this blue stuff, the polymer resin, right? We throw that into an awesome sink just to get rid of it right now. Big recycler. For those who don't know what that is. And then our fuel travels along this now copper pipe and goes along towards this area where it sinks down into the below deck, and it goes into a series of other refineries. So these refineries require, they're making turbo fuel, and they require compacted coal. So up on the hill, we have, to make compacted coal, you need coal, sulfur. So we have coal and sulfur just there and there. And then they go into these 8 machines, that flows down, and then goes into all of these refineries to mix with the fuel to make turbo fuel. Now, you'll notice some of the machines are flickering yellow lights. That means not quite 100% efficient. It's good though. It's not under efficient. It's over efficient or whatever. Where we've got a surplus. We've got too much turbo fuel for the amount of generators. So we built 12 generators, all overclocked. So they make 625 power, 7,500 in total. So we've got a nice bit of room on our power line now to play with. And we do also have a little bit of extra turbo fuel to pop into a packager. But we want to get packaged turbo fuel. We need something to make a canister, and we could use iron or whatever. In fact, let's just have a look at what you need for canisters, or what I have, I guess, as an option right now. We've got, these are all the unpackaging. Plastic, so just a bit of plastic to make the containers. Oh, I actually don't have, oh, or steel. I don't have the iron one yet. I think there's an iron one anyway. So plastic. Now the good thing is, if we want to utilize some of the polymer resin that we have over here, we could maybe bring it to some area like right here. Seems good, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. A couple of refineries. Bang out some plastic, send the plastic over into another area, make the canisters, make packaged fuel. There you go. That's basically what we did yesterday. So that's what this place does. It's a power plant. We make a little bit extra. We're going to use that for packaging fuel, and then we can deliver that to trucks or other things. Ah, it's just gotten dark again, has it? Hey, Aaron and Will. Do you have a good day today? Yeah, I mean, it's totally neutral day right now, but I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling good. I've just worked on Matter Lords, and then when I was done, I just started the stream. So that's basically all I've done today. Glad to hear it, Aaron, and maybe I'll see you in the future. I say that for people who tell me that they're going back into the VODs. And hey, Jamichael. Thanks, Dragon. Appreciate that. Excuse me. Hadn't caught up when you unlocked rocket fuel. Yeah, that was just right at the end. So right at the end, we advanced another milestone, and I think it was any milestone that required radio control units, because we were making some of those in the background. And then we got the packaged fuel just very quickly at the end, so we could get that rocket fuel discovered. Did I look at the recipe for it then? I think I did, right? Oh yeah, it needed nitric acid. And I was saying like, oh, that's interesting. Like nitric acid is like several milestones ahead. Because I don't even have a recipe for it. So I can't make rocket fuel right now. There's no way. Interesting that said it needed compacted coal as well. I didn't know that. See, I've never seen that recipe before. It's new to me. I mean, it's new to the game, but it's new to me because I haven't looked it up. Right, anyways, so let's do a little to-do list. We'll just get rid of some of the bottom ones for a moment. And right now we'll just say packaged turbo fuel. I think as well after this, a crystal oscillator factory is what I'd like to start. But yeah, we'll do packaged turbo fuel first. Maybe play around with a drone. I'd just like to even set one up just to play with it. I've never really used them before, so it'd be fun to see how they work. I mean, I have used them, but it's been so long, and I never used them at scale, and I never made batteries, so I was never able to fuel them. But now they can take packaged turbo fuel. So once we get the packaged turbo fuel, we can just set a couple up and see how they operate. Alrighty. Lastly, just gonna clear my inventory a little bit. That stuff. Oh, and the hard drives. Yeah, my bad. We only need one. Well, you know, we can always go find more. We'll just put both in right now. Scan that hard drive. Takes 10 minutes. Let's begin. Question: I've reached the point of generating steel beams. Now I need to develop encased steel beams. Am I to create a new factory, or I take the stored steel beams to create the encased ones? I wouldn't take, quote, stored steel beams. Normally what you do is, I mean, you could do that, but then you're just going to run out if it's the stored ones. Normally what you do is, let's say you have, you always go by per minute. So it's like, or I do anyway. It's like, hey, I'm making 10 per minute. So if we just look at the steel beam recipe, assuming you're using this one, you're making 15 per minute if you have one machine. Let's assume you're making 30 per minute. If you just had 2 machines, you might have way more. I don't know. Let's say you do 30 per minute, and then you're like, okay, now I need the encased version. And it requires 18. Real annoying number there, isn't it? So it doesn't really work in nice and even. But you do get 6 out, and it's mostly for construction. So what I would do in the early game, early learning situation, let's say, is you need an assembler for this. So get your assembler, go to encased industrial beams, and I would underclock it until it consumes 15. Right, so it's around here, so we're looking at maybe 82%, is it? 84? 83.333? There we go. So that will now consume 15. So now, if you wanted to make life easier for yourself, you just need 30 concrete per minute, and you need 15 steel beams per minute, and you'll put out 5. So it's a little less than it would have otherwise put out. You actually save on power. The power gets better as it goes lower. So it's not one-to-one. Like, it requires 15 power by default. If you were to go down to 50%, it wouldn't require 7.5. It would require maybe 5. So it's more and more efficient the lower you go down. You always want to underclock rather than overclock machines if you can. Unless we're talking about generators or extractors. They're different. But anyway. So, this could make your life a lot easier logistically, right? Now it's like, oh, I don't have to think about how do I manage 18? How many do I need? It makes the numbers a bit easier. But now you can say, like, okay, maybe I have 2 machines making steel beams. Making 30 per minute. Now I can take half of them and send them in here. And obviously that would be very easy with a splitter. You just literally take half of whatever the belt is making the 30. Take half of it, send that into your storage or whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean? So hopefully that Makes life a little easier, especially when you're early on in the game and the numbers might be a little daunting or confusing, and you're not sure about how to do manifolds or what to do. That can maybe be an easier solution for you. Just lower the clock speed of the machine until the number matches what you want, and then work from there. And then take part of your production and move it into something else, rather than taking, let's say you stored up 10,000 beams. That's great, but it will eventually run out, so you don't really want to tap into that. You want to have its own thing. All right, packaged turbo fuel. So let's do something with this polymer resin. Now we don't have to use all of it. I only need enough to consume. So I have 25 turbo fuel. The packaged turbo fuel. I'll need 2 packagers because it requires 20 per minute. I've got 25, and like I said, I don't want to overclock it. I'll just build 2. No big deal. That means we need 25 canisters per minute, and that's easy. So it's 30 plastic into 60 canisters. We only need 25, so what would that be? 30, so that'd be 15. Like 12 and a half or something like that you need per minute. We'll figure that out later. So really, I can keep this polymer resin here. Just build 1 refinery. Now the annoying thing is, to get the plastic we need water, so I'll have to go over there and source some. Maybe even pump it up here, because it's a bit low down, but that's okay. We've learned to live with our pumps. And we'll just tack it on here so we can make it quick, because I really want the focus to be the crystal oscillators, not this necessarily, so yeah, that goes. Sorry, it's the other way. My bad. I'm just thinking, where do I want the... So the plastic could just go up and over, or we could bring the water pipe up to somewhere up here. Oh, but then the polymer resin would have to go there anyway. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I'll do that. I'll do it here. So polymer resin and water will slam into the back of this, and then from out of here we'll get our plastic. We'll bring that around to a packager somewhere over there. Something like that. Maybe not the most elegant thing ever, or sorry to be so indecisive. We don't really need this buffer here. So I'm thinking maybe we could even shift the pipe. All right. We need 2 packagers. I'm just wondering if I could fit 2 packagers right here. I'll go with the original idea. I'll stick back here. Sorry for being indecisive. And hello. I realized I didn't even say who I was saying hi to. It was Leveler. Just like, hello. Alright, let's go with that. Get rid of this. And that's where... Hey, could we come back further? Probably, I guess. Right, that's where the water's going to go in. This is going to be kind of in the way, but we'll just have to say that it's temporary for now. Now I'll do horizontal to vertical, but we'll have to come up over that or something a bit. Probably just go through it for a little while until we push it further out. I'm not super fan of, but it'll be alright. Ugh, it's never easy. Alright, cool. I need more supports, right? So... Okay. Hey, Milad. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you either. How do you get consistent throughput with trucks? Oh man, people always ask this question, but I think they're overthinking it. And I struggled to give a good answer, I guess. It's worth answering that because I do get it a lot. So break out the paint just really quickly. Let's say we have a truck station here and a truck station here. Truck stations, right? And we have a road connecting both of them. Arbitrary distance, doesn't matter. Just assume it's a pretty long distance. So let's say that in this place you make 500 of something. And in this place, that's all per minute, right? In this place you consume, well, we could say you consume 500, but let's just say for now you consume 450, so a little less. We'll talk about if you're trying to match it one-to-one in a moment. Right, so 500 in one factory, 450 in another, and their truck stations are on either end of this road. How do I know? What was the question again? How do you get consistent throughput with trucks? So our truck has a truck specifically, if we just have a quick look at it. And not a tractor. Has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It has 48 slots. Okay, 48 slots on a truck. So 48, let's say we're moving plastic, right? You can store 200 on a stack. So it's got a capacity of 9,600. If we were moving concrete, its capacities would be 2,400, or 24,000, sorry. If it was encased industrial beams, it'd be 4,800. So for sake of argument, most things in the game have a stack size of 200, I feel like. So we'll just say it's 200 for now. So we can hold 9,600 on a truck. Slightly less on a tractor because it has less slots, but let's just say we're using trucks. So 9,600 is our capacity. So let's say that, by the way, the very last component of this then would be, what does a truck station hold, right? What we're going to be pulling things out of. I believe it's 48 as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So it's also the same. Truck station holds the same as a truck. That's great. So let's just say that, you know, given some time, this builds up and it stores 9,600. Okay, so it's full. Well, it should never be full, but let's just say it has filled. Our truck comes along and it'll obviously collect the 9,600 and then deliver it around. Yeah? So how do I make sure that we've got consistent output? Two things here. If your truck is arriving to the station and it is filled completely, 9,600, well, you've got a problem then, because if it's filled, chances are that the machines that were feeding it have now stopped, right? So then they're no longer running at 100%. Therefore, the full throughput is not making its way through. So what do we do in this situation? We've had a truck running and we're noticing that our thing is getting full. Well, the simple thing to do is you add a second truck. And then if every time a truck comes by, this is never hitting 9,600, then you're doing totally fine. And that's pretty much it. Whether we're consuming 500 here or 100 or whatever, as long as this never fills, it doesn't really matter. We're delivering the per minute into here. So let's say we're delivering 500 in here. We only needed 450. Maybe I have another factory somewhere else that needs the other bit of it. It needs the 50. Fine. Same principle applies. You know, we just bring our route around like that and we end there. So it'll be manifold. You'll be banking on this to get full first, and then to drop off at this one, which will happen. It'll just take time. So eventually you're waiting on this to fill. Now, if you, for some reason, had really strange numbers where it's like this will take forever to fill, for some reason, I don't know why, you can interact with the truck station or sorry, the truck, when you're driving a truck and you pull up to a station, it'll leave that little node, right? And when you save your route, the node becomes gold. It's all the nodes are blue. You can see all the arrows of where the truck is going, but the one where it interacts with the station is gold, and that's the time it sits there unloading and waiting there. So if you really wanted to get specific, which I almost never do, at least not in this direction. Sometimes I'll tell them to wait longer. But if you want to get very specific, you could say, just wait a couple seconds and then move on, like 2, 3, or whatever you felt like. If you wanted to ensure that the other place got something out of the same truck's inventory, you didn't want to wait for them to just fill. But there, you really don't have to worry about the throughput. As long as your stations aren't getting backed up, the trucks are delivering the things and it'll all work out. That's the beauty of it. And yes, of course, you can automate the truck by turning on autopilot. Now, there's one last thing I just thought I should mention just here real quick to do with this kind of situation. If I could think of it. I got distracted by chat. Hey, Ryan. I'll catch you in just one sec. I've lost it, guys. I can't remember the other thing I was going to mention. It's something to do with how I've done my copper here. Oh, yeah. Well, there's two things, actually. So, you can actually kind of predetermine how long should a truck move. And we've done this in the game here. So, for instance, out here, we have a coal extraction point. And we have a tractor. And you can see the tractor's just sitting there. It sits there for like a couple minutes. Why did I do that? We don't have to do that. It doesn't really matter. But if you're trying to be fuel efficient, it can matter, I suppose. Again, I've never had this problem. You know, my old save, I must have run, I don't know, 30 trucks or something off of one coal node, and we're barely touching the amount that was in there. So you could have 100 trucks probably for one coal node going very long distances. But let's just say you're fuel conscious. You've only got like a tiny bit to play with, or you're trying to conserve as much as you want. So the journey time from here to here, I don't know what the journey time is. Don't worry about the time. The thing that only matters is how full this tractor is getting. So again, let's just assume it's got 48 slots and it's waiting at this thing. You could tell it to wait until it's full. So if we're making 500 per minute, and we've got 48 slots, and let's say the stack size is 200. So 48 slots times 200 would be 9,600. If we're making 500 per minute, that's 9,600 divided by 500. It will take 19 minutes to fill up a truck station, right? So if we're making 500 a minute, it'll take 19 minutes to fill. So as long as your truck is coming back and forth within 19 minutes, you're fine. There shouldn't be an issue there. But you can also just use that method I mentioned, which is if it's ever hitting the maximum, you've got a problem. But this is a way to forward plan it. So, the way to forward plan it so you don't have to check, right? If you don't want to be like sitting there going like, oh, I have to wait for the truck to come back and see if it's full. Like, well, you could, I suppose, work out the time and the rate. And if you think that that journey time was longer than, you know, 19 minutes to get forward and back, then maybe you should add another truck or whatever. The very last thing is then, let's say you wanted to conserve fuel, right? That's what I was trying to think about. Because maybe the distance is short and the truck is going back and forth and it's only delivering piecemeal things, but it's driving all the time. So it's using all its coal or its packaged turbo fuel or whatever it is. It's just using a lot more than it needs to. But you could tell it to wait. So it takes 19 minutes. So we could, let's say the journey is only maybe a minute, maybe 2. We could say conservatively, just wait 10 minutes before leaving. So when it arrives here, there's a little node. The gold node looks like that. It's like a pause icon. Interact with it and it'll be in seconds. So it'll say like, how long do you want the truck to wait for? Like, well, I know that it's going to take 19 minutes. Maybe I want to be safe to fill, I mean. Maybe I just want to be safe and I'll say 10 minutes. So 6,000 seconds, right? Wait 6,000 seconds and that'll be 10 minutes. Is that 10 minutes? No, 600. Why can't I, yeah, it's 6,000, right? 6,000 seconds divided by 60. 100 minutes. I can't think right now, but you know what I mean. You just put whatever the number is. You put in the number for the amount of seconds that it'll be that you're waiting, whatever that is. 600? I don't know why I can't do that right now. But anyway, that's the idea. So hopefully that answers the question. People often ask about like truck stations. How do I know that the number going through is the correct amount? It's like, no, it's not a belt. You don't have to worry about it that way. It's you're moving inventory from one to the other. So it's really not a concern. Unless, for some reason, the journey that you've built is so long that your station is backing up before the truck can get there. And in that case, you just add a second truck. You don't have to drive the route twice. You just load the first route on the same truck. And they won't bump into each other, or they shouldn't. As long as you drive on the same side of the road or whatever, they should just follow each other behind each other. Anyway, hopefully that kind of answers. 1 minute is 60 seconds. 10 minutes is 600. Yeah, but what was the number I was... It doesn't really matter, but did I just say 10 minutes? I did say 10 minutes. Yeah, okay, yeah. Anyway, Ryan, finally caught up after being a few streams behind, watching the Biofuel Factory last night. I also vote for making the animal remains into DNA capsules. I think we need to sink the packaged fuel. Probably need to do that, because we're making so much. But yeah, I've powered down some of my lights. Actually, this one's not even on. There we go. All right, anyways, we're just hooking up a tiny bit of water. That was a very long-winded explanation. It's just one of those things I do get asked a lot, so I just thought, hey, let's take the time to try to explain it. So we need a water extractor, and we only need a very small amount, but we'll just bring it in somewhere here on the swamp. Barely even see where the water is. Some here. That would be a very tall thing. I suppose what I need to do is bring this out and make it somewhat organized. All right. Now, we're going to need pumps. We'll start with a pump at the base. Well, we already get up to 10, so I don't know. We'll just start somewhere here. For our first pump. See how much that gives us. Does that go all the way? Oh, it actually might. It's 20 meters, right? It's not showing me the end point, so I assume it goes the whole way. Sure. How did that happen, by the way? It's slightly off, is it? Again? Oh no, this one's off. I don't know why, I just need to redo it. Alright, so pump. So you get a free 10 meters from the water level, so we're to try to gauge that, I guess. That's we need walls. Say that's 8, so maybe just in line with the top of that, playing it safe, because last time it wasn't good enough, I guess. But somewhere about there is probably okay. Find out if it's not. How am I doing today? I'm pretty good. You sound pretty chipper. That's good. Brighten this place up. One sec. I don't think anyone's ever described me as chipper, but for me, maybe, you know. Let's see. I'm just gonna brighten up my camera really quickly. Good enough. Damn Kara, thank you very much, man. All right. When you open the recipe menu while trying to determine outputs, they added the ability to say how much output or percentages at the bottom, so it makes life pretty easy. When you open up the recipe menu, so let's say concrete. While trying to determine outputs, they added the ability to say how much output or percentages at the bottom. Where could you do that? Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. You don't have to... That's why I always build the machine and then do that with the clock. So that's great. That's good to know. Wow. That's pretty good. Great tip. Pop that into episode 1 of that new video whenever I do it. They're like belts but cooler, yeah. Shout out to trucks, man. Underrated. Totally underrated. And I get why, because I think in their first implementations especially, they were just really finicky. But they've added some quality of life things, and once you understand kind of how to use them, I think they are actually really great. I would almost use them inside big factories, you know, just to move things around. The drawback is fuel, and the drawback is driving them the first time. But once they're set, they're great. And they're not as cool as trains, obviously. Love the trucks bringing the world to life, but struggle with fueling them. If I'm hauling coal, no problem, but other parts I struggle with. Is there a method of creating a central fuel station? Doesn't drop off or pick up, just some station that the truck can pull up and refuel at. Yeah, so some people do that. Like along a stretch of road, you could have stations that they just pull in and fuel at. So as long as you can just get fuel to that point, trucks can just basically use it as a pit stop. Now, one of my ideas for how to fuel things like that would be using drones. So right now we're going to hook up drones, and we could remotely fuel trucks because the drones could just fly out, and they'll fuel themselves now with the packaged turbo fuel. Previously, it was a pain in the ass because drones would only be powered with batteries. So it's like, okay, you need a drone to go on a battery to a fuel stop like coal or whatever, and then fly the coal over to some truck stations. It's a bit messy. Now they can use the same fuel the truck uses, so it makes it a lot easier and kind of keep going. But I haven't really tested that. The other thing I also had for a while was, what's it called? Transport hubs. So a big kind of central hub where trucks sort of meet and exchange all their goods and things like that. So because of that, it was easy just to fuel a bunch of trucks all in the same place. Like, generally speaking, I have these little extraction nodes, right? Trucks are driving out to them, or trains are, or whatever, to go get their materials and then coming back in. I actually didn't list them on this, but I should. So you don't want to fuel them at the extraction point, you want to fuel them at the factory, because that's where multiple trucks are going to be meeting. So, yeah, ultimately, having a truck normally what I do in the beginning of the game is I have a truck dedicated to fuel, and it has one coal node reserved to itself, and it will drive and deliver fuel to other places. That's usually the way I've done it. But yeah, there's no easy answer other than try to hit the points where they converge most rather than at the point where they're picking up things, because it's usually where they're furthest out and away. I need to power that thing. Alright, now I don't need that much power actually, but we're going to take some of the polymer resin, throw it into this refinery. I could even just split some off from here. I suppose if I want to, I could make that smart splitter and say like, oh, I was gonna say if, yeah, overflow. Oh yeah. If this gets full, so anything through there, but just then overflow out the front. So now everything, all the polymer resin is gonna roll this way. So what do we got? We're gonna be making plastique, residual plastic. How much did we need? I can't even remember. I thought it was more than that. 25? I thought I only needed one refinery though. Packager. Empty canister. So it's 30 in and you get 60 out. We only need 25. So I think it was 12 and a half, right? That's what I said. I don't know if that's correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. 12 and a half? 12 and a half plastic. Oh yeah, I suppose you just told me that we can do it here. Well, actually I can't change the number, but I could change the clock speed. $41.75 is it or something? Anyway, 12 and a half roughly there. Yeah, so it is 12 and a half. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that was right. 12 and a half. And that will create the plastic that we need, and then we need to send it into... Is that getting into water? Yeah. Then we need to send it to a packager. So somewhere at the end here, just to make it symmetrical and even, I'm going to put one there and one here. We'll create a loop sort of now. But in theory we want valves. We never want it to roll backwards. Not that it really would, but I'd rather it didn't. Now, you could actually lock those valves and say very little bit should go through because we don't need that much to go into our packager. So we need 2 packagers. Maybe turn them this way, actually. There's one. There's another. They're going to be doing packaged turbo fuel. And we need to underclock them. So we need 25, so that's 12 and a half per minute each. Copy that. Paste that. And yeah, I guess we'll have to do horizontal to vertical. All right. Yep. I'm sorry, I didn't even read those gifted memberships. My bad. Damn Kara with the 5 gifted memberships went to Stend Wall, Chaotic Shock Gaming, Trucker Rich, Mr. Ping Pong, and Steven with an A. Arthur, you mentioned that you supply coal as fuel from one node to all trucks. How to do it? Deliver fuel from one node directly? Well, hopefully I've answered that now. Yeah, gas stations, trucks that pull in. So I'll talk about that in a second. Let's just make some progress here. That might be too close now. Yeah. Knew I did that wrong again, man. It's so silly. Wait, it's so silly. I mean me. I'm so silly. Alright, there we go. So that'll be our turbo fuel, our extra turbo fuel rolling in. Now, they only need 25 per minute. Oh my god. So, I wanted to get a little crazy. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but we could say only let through 15 at most. They'll still get backed up, which is the idea. We're just somewhat capping the amount that can really flow through. Again, don't think this is needed. If the pipes are full, the pipes are full. It's not really a problem, but can't see any harm in doing that. I'll leave that as is. Alright, cool. So we'll wait till those pipes get completely filled before we turn these on. Although, actually, no, we could turn them on before we even send in the canisters. Yeah, so now they'll receive turbo fuel. Cool. Drones will fly to the factory and unload turbo fuel for the trucks. Trucks get stuff and come back. Phase 4 will be complete soon. 10 drones stations ready and loaded for raw material. Nice. I don't even know how much drones can transport. I want to kind of play around with that. So here, go over. Alright, that'll be our plastic. So we connect it. Just want to make sure that these get filled first. We'll wait for that to happen. Yeah, no, we'll have to wait. Okay, cool. Wait for a little while. That should allow the factory to run at 100%. Hey, Kita, what a legend. Oh, for the gifted things. How did you open that recipe menu? N. You can press N or O. Finally finished the game for the first time a few weeks ago. Now I have no purpose. Now you have to play Factorio. Plastic made into canisters first. I'm being stupid. Good call. That would be wise. So, 25 per minute, right? 12.5 plastic per minute. Good. Almost full. Right, and then, yeah, drones, I guess. So, transport, drone port, and drone. Oh, we need high-speed connectors. I might have to go back to base and make some of those in the background, just so we can get some ports ready. That's alright. This is full now as well. Got full water. It only needs 12.5 water per minute. We can underclock that in a sec. Actually, let's just do that now. I'm just going to underclock the water, and then we'll come back. $12.5 per min. Factory, no, you mean? Can't get past the 2D top-down? That's a shame. It's a really great game. Alright, let's hook it in. That's annoying. Feels like it just make a gap. Oh my god. No, it's still not right. Alright, cool. So that'll work now. So plastic rolling out. Throw 19 plastic in here. Alright, cool. There goes our canisters. That's going to go in here, and that's our packaged turbo fuel. Now we need to send that somewhere. We could cover this, I suppose. I did kind of want to leave it open. That was what I was hoping. But we could have a drone port right there that takes the packaged turbo fuel and carries it somewhere. Seems kind of perfect for it. So yeah, do it. High-speed connectors. What do you need to make them? Quick wire, circuit boards, and cable. We could just make some manually, right? I think. Yep. I've tried Factorio many times, but always have a hard time with the graphics because of my color blindness. I wouldn't have, like, I don't know fully about color blindness, but I wouldn't have thought the game relied on color that much. It's got very muted tones. I suppose actually when it comes to making the science packs, actually, yeah, I could see that. That definitely. Because they're just the same thing, but colored differently. Okay. I could definitely see that then. But everything else, though, I was kind of thinking of, like, the machines and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, not really, but yeah. I can understand that. The belts, yeah, I don't know much about the game. I've only played 50, 60 hours. I know there's yellow belts and then you get red ones later. But I wouldn't have thought that would matter too much because you can just see them moving their speed anyway. And I guess actually another thing would be the arms that take goods on and off the belts actually are blue and yellow, aren't they? So yeah, never mind. In thinking about it, I could see how that could be a bit of a nightmare. I wondered if they thought about adding a colorblind mode. Anyways. Import. But yeah, I gotta say that the art style to me, I don't really like the art style. I mean, I like the tone of the game, but I find pixelated art styles typically very tough to look at. Hang on. Yeah, because I don't know, it's almost like it has a strain in my eyes. Not necessarily Factorio, but when you go to more old school games, you know, I listen to a podcast and they're like, oh, I just love pixel art. I love it. It's so beautiful. It's like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, most beautiful game I've ever seen. And I look at it and I'm like, I barely can even see what it is. I almost have to like step really far back to really like get it. So how much are we making? It's just 12.5 per minute, so Mark 1 belt is fine for now. But there we go. That's it. That's package turbo fuel done. It is now rolling into here, although ideally we should also have a spillover in case it's never used. Into some awesome sync here, maybe? The same height. Yeah, it is. We'll set that to overflow, just when things get totally backed up. Overflow out the side. What a mess. But there it goes. Oh, so it's back to next. This doesn't have power. Yeah. There we go. How much capacity does this have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4. 16, 17, 18 slots. Not that much, really. Arlanda. Port name. Okay, that didn't work. Turbo fuel port. Well, it is a port, so turbo fuel export. You have to. It always has to go to another port to get delivered, right? All right. So let's build our first drone and send it to our home base and call it in from there. Falcon 1 or something. Cool. Does this have a little name or anything? Like the specific drone? Can I interact with the drone? I thought you could, but I guess not. Alright, cool. There we go. There's one. Maybe check if generators are working at 100% before we leave. Weird stuff sometimes can happen. In a solid line. 50 fuel, 50 fuel. That's good. It's good to me. They're all running at 100%, or at least they're all running. I don't know about 100%. They're all running. They're all running. They're all running. Probably okay. Cool. Drop that off here. Fact. Get rid of that bit too. If now matters to do anything cosmetic, but that's my little attempt at doing something. All right. So yeah, we'll head off to back to home base, and we'll see if we can then catch this drone and, you know, pull in some of the fuel. Well, I've never done this before, so is it just loading the drone now with the fuel, right? This port, all ports, drone port. But I can't check the inventory of the drone, no? 53. Well, there we go. I just couldn't check it by interacting with it. Alright, that's fine. 55. Good. Getting what it needs. Can we tell it to not leave until it's full? Can you do anything like that? Select a destination port. Alright. Alright, cool. Package turbo fuel. Done. 25 per minute. I've got 100 in my inventory. We could actually play around with it and test it out. If I... This? Oh yeah, I never checked the MAM. Let's do that now as well. Hard drives. So we got flexible framework or pure iron ingot. I'll probably go with the pure iron ingot. For now though, we're just going to put in another hard drive. We'll leave that there so that we can roll other things. I'll just collect that when I actually need it. That makes sense. That in there. Cool. Bottom left interface shows fuel. I know that. I was wondering more about like how much is it carrying, like in its inventory. It has 69 right now. But what I'm confused... Oh yeah, and this is 48. Or 78. So I'm expecting this... I want it to carry turbo fuel and also be fueled by it. I'm assuming the 74, we'll see when it gets to 100, I guess, is its own fuel. And it hasn't actually gotten any in its inventory yet because it hasn't had a destination to pick up anything yet. But at the same time, I'm just a little confused, just because I haven't seen it before. There's nothing in the actual inventory, so I guess it's picking it up there too also. There's 86 here. Why is that flashing? Alright, well, I assume it just works when you just hook it up. You just need another station, that's all. Right, let's head back north. We'll use turbo fuel for fun. See how far we go. Get a nice lift with that. Then we'll switch it to package to get distance. Cool. Yarn recipe is God. Yeah, I like that. The pure recipes are all great, right? It's like you mix water with the ore and you get more out. Then your drawback is that costs you more power. And it's hard to set up, I suppose. Looks totally safe. Don't have to worry about anything, right? Seems okay. Seems like we got away with it. Foundry is good as it's also similar to Satisfactory. Dyson Sphere is my favorite factory game, says the Alex Beast. Yeah, Dyson Sphere is actually really cool. Dyson Sphere is almost like a hybrid between Satisfactory and Factorio. For a few reasons, but also like that camera perspective. It's still kind of a top-down sort of game, but it is 3D. How many generators are you running on this? On that was a small turbo fuel plant. That's 200 turbo fuel per minute. So there was 12 generators, all fully overclocked. So 250% each. There's just an obelisk here. Weird. You're alright. I don't want you to jump off the cliff. 400 megawatts of power. I think we could do that. Trying to see where my power towers are. Oh no. Another one right over there. Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can get both of these done. Just because we're in the area. Drop an augmenter thingy? The augmenter only gives you 100 though, doesn't it? Well, I don't think I have what I need anyway. $85 God. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's their first one ever. Thank you. Oh, it gives you 500? Wow. Okay. I thought it was 100. I know it gives 10% of your network. We actually have never built one. I don't know if I can. I think maybe now I can. Gonna check what it requires. You need 10 summer sloops. I don't have that. That sucks that you need 10 summer sloops. Gary's under the Mark 1 blueprint designer. Go into the canyon between Mark 1 and Mark 2 blueprint designer and look under the foundation blocks. Under the Mark 1 you'll find Jerry. But why go into the oh yeah. Cool, yeah, thanks. We'll head back there and then I'll see if I can get him. Yeah, some people were commenting saying like, oh man, what a half-assed effort to try and get Jerry in the last episode. I looked under a couple of foundations and I was like, forget it. Alright, there we go. We have power. Now, just really quickly, I'm seeing hard drive sites all over the place. There's one right there. We haven't got it yet. Wouldn't mind lighting this place up with nobelisks, actually. Nice. Oh, we're doing well. Didn't even plan on finding any of these. Any good pickups? The only thing I'm looking for in terms of pickups would be cooling systems. That would help me. Can't remember why it would help me, but I just remember noting that I need them. And turbo fuel on the jetpack, not bad. Not bad. Probably should have sent some into a dimensional depot when that gets backed up, then go into the awesome sink, thinking about it. Just so I have access to both. He's minding it for me.
The hard drive contained both data and the soul of this freighter. Disconnecting it has destroyed the soul, but the data can be analyzed in the NAM, so everything is okay.
Yeah, I agree. Before I get rid of that one, let's just see what that one is going to be over there. Jesus Christ. Alright, got it. Didn't need anything, so that was lucky. I didn't want to blow up the trees. Oh, okay, cool. Let's actually head back now. That was interesting, so... Gotta be careful with this turbo fuel, so I don't want to run out and smash into the ground and die. Alright, would love for a What Darren Plays playthrough on Dyson Sphere after you complete this game. Yeah, maybe I'd do a vote on what people would prefer, Dyson Sphere or Factorio. I've put more time into Factorio. Both of them not much, as I've mentioned many times, but I like space more, although now Factorio, I suppose you could argue, is kind of space. Well, it's not really. Well, it kind of is. It's cool the way you can go to new planets, actually. That's the thing that's most interesting to me with that Factorio expansion. All the different creatures and stuff you see. and the different biomes and how you have to handle them, like lava and snow. That's really cool. Anyway, yeah, but for Dyson Sphere, I love the actual idea of building a Dyson Sphere. Like, I just think that's so awesome. I've got a big, literal piece of art behind the monitor that I'm just now looking at. Ah, screw it. Don't care enough to get it. That is about how to construct a Dyson Sphere. Big space nerd. I tried Dyson Sphere, just couldn't get into it. Using the matrix improves the augmenter to 30%, so well worth it in the late game. Did you do a test with turbo and bio to see which goes higher? No, I just did with the regular. This should go higher, technically. Oh my god, I might die. Andy, that's on you. I should have just eaten while I was in the air. Oh, I don't know what our days without incident was. I wish I knew. We could load the old save and see, but that's the third, possibly the third death. Definitely the second, but possibly the third. Where did that happen? That was at the Caterium. Yeah, because it accelerates far higher, but it's the slow burn rate of the biofuel that lasts longer. So I was wondering if you just tap the, you know, tap press it, do you go higher overall? Because it burns slower, so I don't know. Third? We'll call it the third death. Oh, I have really low health. Forgot about that. Oh, you keep your equipment? That's great. Oh yeah, I have a jetpack. Package. Just over to the left. Alright, and then we'll go back to base. We'll check the MAM now in just 1 sec as well. Yeah, it needs a previous record, an all-time record, definitely. It's so funny how like you add in a feature like that and people just want more. It died on this thing, right? Trying to soften my landing on it. Alright. It's like it never happened. Let's put that away. Let's put that away. 3 hard drives, wow. Alright, another one done. Turbo heavy fuel. Getting closer now. Is this bug still in the game where we can have too many of these and you can't accept any of them or something? I'm a little worried that I should maybe just start clicking a few of them. I just turn keeping inventory on. That's a good point. Or is that advanced game settings though? Originally, when humanity was trying to find the age of the Earth and solar system, they went by the hypothesis that the sun was made of the most energy-dense known material, coal. Is that true? People thought the sun was made of coal. I don't know if that's true. Nope, they fixed it. They fixed the hard drive thing. Okay, cool. So then we'll just scan more. I often wonder, you know, late at night, if it was 500 years ago, when I'm looking up at the sky and stuff, and I'm thinking, would I work out anything, you know? We have all the knowledge you need right now to just know how most things work. So I often think like, okay, like if I didn't have that, would I be the type of person that would figure anything out? I mean, probably not. But I just wonder, what would I think? Like, I can scoff at the idea, like, people thought it was made of coal. I don't think I would have thought it was made of coal. I don't think I would think that. I don't think I would think, like, just because we have it, that must be made of this. Don't think I would have made that connection. Because lots of things catch fire. I don't even think I would have thought it was fire, actually, even in the first place. But anyway. Late night talks with me, yeah, indeed. Alright. Oh yeah, we were going to build another drone port so we can call a drone here. In that way, I could see if I could power all these trucks with, or tractors with turbo fuel. But I don't want to do that. They're powered on coal right now, so they're fine. But future factories, we'd want to do that, right? So let's just set up a little drone port here and just see does it work. Or how it works, because I just haven't really used it. I like to play around with it. Drone port. It was a popular competing theory. Maybe there was more reason for that than I know. Because it just seems so silly to think that. To me. But, you know, I have a massive advantage. Alright, so here's our drone port. We'll call this one, it's just the iron. Why does that keep happening? Iron factory. Now, I guess I don't need to build a drone on this. We just need to call the other one to us from here, right? So all ports, turbo fuel, select a destination, this port. Do I have to even do that? So status operational, distance 2,800. So is that moving towards me now? Or will it? Drone status, no drone here. No destination set. Yeah, here, that's fine. But I have a destination. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's doing it. Yay. Cool. Oh man, flying across dangerous territory. You just see spiders just like leap on it and take it down. A little blip goes off the radar. Interesting. Just flying dead straight into the void. And then I guess it's just going to hard bank left. Does it just take 90-degree angles everywhere it goes? Oh wow, it's uncovering territory for me. Interesting. Oh. A little diagonal turn there for some reason. Now it's aligned. Coming straight in from the east. Should be able to spot it. Like, go over that tower. There it is. Cool. It works. Had a little problem there. Now, the thing I don't really get is, unlike trains and trucks, I didn't tell it what to pick up or drop. But does it just know, based on what's going in? I don't think it brought anything. I don't think I hooked that up right. Oh no, it's still dropping something in. I want to stand on it so I can ride it back. It's possible. Hey, it did it. Okay, it did do it. Alright, just trying to understand it's different. It's weird that it's different than the other things. When we fly on it. Okay. This is fine, right? This works. Cool. Who needs hypertubes? Oh my god. I can catch it. We got a fast mover. Probably Migs. Oh my god. Flipping the edge of the forest. Gonna rise back up. We'll catch it. I've got good speed. I'm almost going as fast as it. Ugh. No time. Alright, I'm not gonna catch it now. Oh, I probably could have. Stop, motherfucker. How confused would you be? I'm confused. Oh, he's a big one. I didn't realize. I think he's taking a lot of hits. I would love to have seen that, like, in multiplayer from their perspective, just to see this, like, dot flying across the screen and just lands here and smacks him. That was a good run. That was fun. Wonder why they don't just let you ride them, you know? Let me ride, like, let me attach to it. Kind of like the way trains have this override where it does let you attach to it. That was good. Though we made it our own. We made it functional. We managed to get something out of it. Another hard drive. Didn't even mean to get so many today. We've gone on hard drive hunts that have taken like an hour and I found one. Now there was a versus sphere. That's what I wanted to grab as well. And we'll continue. Alright, cool. I think I fully, thoroughly understand drones now. So yeah, we can kind of design with that in mind.
Your waves can be bigger, your blood thicker, your bones many, your organs more.
Hello to you too.
We have composed you a learning song.
That is a welcome surprise. Do be careful not to overload my blood's extremely fragile organic systems. On that note, I have been working on making them redundant.
Our rhythm is patient and harmonious.
You truly are a far superior collaborator than humanity.
So, just really quickly, I think we all think too highly of ourselves that way. Like, there are probably common beliefs held today that people will scoff at in a few hundred years. So, how do your beliefs differ from the norm? Exactly. That's why I said, like, I don't think I would. Well, also, I think there's. This is kind of a weird one to say, but Carl Pilkington even said it. It's like there's less to discover now. There is for the everyday person. There's more to discover still, always, for great, grand ideas. But it's a good point. It's like, yeah, if you're just not really thinking that way, like I said, I probably wouldn't be the type of person that would... You know, I sit back and I think, and I'm looking up and I'm looking at different things. And I look at things, how things work, and I go, would I have figured this out my own? Ever? And some of the things I think probably... But most of them I think no. Like most, I think no. No way. I wouldn't be thinking that way. I wouldn't have that frame of mind, you know. So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. The other thing is, you see a big ball of fire in the sky, why not think it's made out of the best burning material? Because that's like saying I would have thought it was made out of wood until we found coal. So now I'm just going to say, well, it must be made out of coal. I don't think I would ever make that connection. You know? I think I would argue that back then, not knowing. Like, not knowing anything. I'd be like, oh, so now that we found a better burnable material, you're just going to say that the sun must be made of that. But before we found this, did you think it was made out of wood or whatever other best burning material was before then? Why would, you know, it doesn't make sense. I'd immediately just, the contrarian in me would immediately go like, well, there's probably something else we still haven't found that's probably burning it, you know? To be honest, I don't even know if I think it's burning at all. Because it could be anything. Why assume it's fire? Just because it's hot. Or it's, you know. But I don't know. I would never be the type of person that would be able to work out how far it is or something like that. So how would I know anything? But I just don't think I would have ever agreed that it was coal. Some people still think the world is flat. I don't, obviously, but I almost don't think most people... I think the amount of people that actually think that, I would have to imagine number in the thousands. And the amount of people that joke about it, probably in the hundreds of thousands, maybe the low millions. My wife asked me how we know hydrogen in our section of space. How we know hydrogen in our section of space and in another part of space are the same thing. And I wanted to bite her. That's an interesting thing to even wonder. Why would you even wonder that? I would question. Or like what prompted that? It's like, oh, this element, how do we know it's the same over there or in some other place? It's I mean, yeah, there's a lot of problems with even that question, I guess. But anyway, I think it's a good thing to be thinking that way and asking, though. I really think 500 years ago, I'd have been more concerned about how well my carrots are growing. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm thinking from the perspective of if I had less to do, which you probably wouldn't have less to do, depending on your situation. But if I, sitting out, some people just want to know how things work. And I am like that. I'm curious. I want to know how things work. So I would think about these things, I'm sure. Even when you're doing your mundane tasks, while you're sitting there picking carrots, you have a lot of time to think. Or whatever. Now, if you're going hungry, maybe not so much. But, if you're doing some mundane task, whatever it might be, farming, whatever, you've got a lot of time to think. No headphones, right? No music, nothing going on. Just sitting there thinking. When I was super young, I was, like, questioning, like, religion, as a lot of people do. So, obviously societal pressures and things might change your outlook on a lot of things, but I think I'd be thinking, I don't believe any of this. Just because this is in a book, we're supposed to believe this. Like, I just don't think I would think that way. I didn't when I was really young. 6 or 7, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Told not to cause trouble. Or, Anyways. Another hard drive. And by the way, if people believe in religion, that's fine. Diluted fuel. There she is. There she is. That recipe makes total sense to me. You're mixing heavy oil, some water. Well, I don't know if that does make sense. That's an impressive... Well, I guess the machine is doing work as well. Filtration, I guess, of some sorts. Although steel screws is kind of good, but I think I'll just go with that one. But we'll save it. If it's not bugged, we'll just keep filling these up with new recipes. Right, so I've got my crystal oscillators in the background. We know how drones work now. Now, I want to make a crystal oscillator factory, but we can just really, from scratch, decide where we do this. We can go anywhere now. And then we can always just bring our drones to deliver fuel, or trucks to drive things if we want. So let's think about it. Let's load up Satisfactory Calculator's website and just have a look at where things are. I guess what we should really first do is work out why do we need this, right? So if we just hop down to the hub. I'm sorry, I'm still catching up on chat, and I missed a thing, didn't I? So we're at tier 8. We're able to do that. Nuclear power would require us to get supercomputers. Okay, so that's kind of like the next thing that I feel like I would need. We were looking yesterday at tier 7 saying like, okay, cooling system. What have we made here? I don't make batteries, I don't make radio control units, and I don't make supercomputers. It would be good to make like a radio control unit factory, and in order to do that, we'd need crystal oscillators. Batteries is a little more complicated. We'd need more aluminum and stuff, so it's like, eh. And I don't really need the batteries for anything. I can't even use them right now, so it's like, eh. Whatever, forget the batteries. Got turbo fuel. So we'll skip that for a little while, and we'll just look into radio control units as the next thing that we haven't built anything for. So radio control units, we obviously just made a bunch to build our drones. So we need some aluminum, which we have a little bit of, not much. We have 160 per minute, so we could do 4 if we wanted to consume it all, which maybe I do. We could build 4 of these, so that'd be 10 radio control units per minute. Maybe we should try that, which would be 10 computers per minute. Sorry, then yeah, 5 crystal oscillators per minute. It's not that much. I'd have to check how much do we make already. So for yeah, so the silica production, that's just in a little nothing area right now. We could build a factory off of that actually and actually build it proper, because right now it just goes into like one constructor and just gets made, goes into my inventory. computers, that's the thing I was looking for. We make 7.5. Not really enough. Although, actually, it would be enough, funnily enough, for this. Oh, no, it wouldn't. Sorry. We need 10. Yeah, so I'd need a whole new computer factory if I was trying to match that. We could make computers out of the crystal oscillators. That's an interesting combination. And it takes in circuit boards. We actually have a lot of circuit boards. Nearly 60 per minute. I like this. So with the excess circuit boards we have... 5 per minute? Yeah. Bring these in. Mix them with some crystal oscillators. Make our computers. And then make our radio control units. But first off, we need the crystal oscillators to be figured out. We'll need more quartz, cable, and reinforced iron plate. Quartz, that doesn't really count so low. Cable, 60. That's quite low as well. So I should write this down. So we need copper, quartz, and then... reinforced iron plates. The moment we make 10. Again, too low. So we need iron. Copper, quartz, and iron. Maybe water nearby to help with this. Then when it comes to making these, we would need some of that aluminum. But we know where that is, and we have that. So we're going to use the little bit of aluminum we have. If we could build next to the aluminum plant, that'd be nice if we could figure this out. There is quartz near the aluminum plant. And we just need copper and iron. If I recall correctly, we are tapping a copper node right there, only using 10 per minute from the node, so that works. And then we just need iron to be nearby. And then we have our solution. Now, hang on just one sec, because I don't have my alerts open, which is why I've missed that. I think there was something, and I missed it quite a while ago. That was... I'm sorry it took so long. Shibby Wangle? What a weird and brilliant name, though. 10 minutes ago. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Shibby Wangle. I've got it open now, anyway. Right. I refuse to watch this ad because I pay. Plug me in, please. There we go. Right, so this is where we had built the aluminum. We're using that copper node, so it's just normal. There's 2 quartz here. Is there an iron node? There's a bunch of iron down here. Well, there we go. We're going to build it out here then. Why not? The radio control unit factory next to water. Perfect. Let's do it. I think it has everything I need. I've obviously done this very quickly, but I think it's fine. Alright, so we'll just mark off drones, and we can say that... In fact, let's get rid of that. That's done. Let's just say Crystal Oscillator Factory. We'll add more sub-headings soon. Is there any more... 4 minutes to go. Right, I've got a bunch to catch up. Anyway, I'm out with the out-of-topic sentences. I'm going for a walk instead. We'll be listening, lurking. See you later, Skybosom. I just went over Jerry. Oh yeah, sorry. Between the... we'll go get him real quickly as well. Or see if we can. He's like holding on to something extremely valuable. That'd be great. You guys said that he is between the 2 blueprint designers in a ravine or crevasse or something. I think the word used was canyon. So somewhere over here. But he's in the foundation or something, is he? He's in the computer. What does this take to be made? You can just get rid of that now. Okay. I don't see him. So is he under this one? This was roughly his last known whereabouts. So I'll have to just catch chat on that. A fundamental concept in physics is that physics is the same everywhere in the universe. As per our current understanding. I love the fact that like they don't know how galaxies form. and that by our current model, galaxies shouldn't stay together. There isn't enough gravity, and yet they do. So there's something weird going on. Or not weird, just something we don't know. But you could argue it's like, well, maybe things behave differently for some reason that we don't understand why yet. I wouldn't give any direct absolutes, but yeah, I don't know, whatever. Just set up my supercomputer maker this morning. Nice. You really need a factory for the radio control units, as well as supercomputers. Do it. Do it. My only minor gripe with the game right now is how little I needed to use the late game tech to advance to beating the game. Yeah, I haven't gotten that far yet, so I wouldn't know. NDEs are always culture specific too. You really need to do a factory. You really do need a factory for radio control, even a small one, to tick away while building elsewhere. Yeah, no, that's what we'll do. We'll do that now. How many steel beams do you produce? 7.5 per minute. Seems really low. Apparently what happens. Unless I forgot to update that number, but yeah. Hey, JC. Trying to gauge how much I need for phase 3. Easiest with quartz, yeah. If you make crystal computers, you can go big on the oscillators and keep it all in one factory. Yeah, nice. I'm glad to see people have agreed with my proposition. Psychedelics seem to have some very specific therapeutic properties. Psychedelics are the new frontier of science. I guess yeah. I don't know, man. To me, that's just chemical reactions, but not that we perfectly understand it or anything, but I don't know. Frontier of science, I think there's maybe frontier of like biology or something. Would it be great if we had cooling systems? I don't know what I actually even need them for. Yeah, I don't have a current use for them. I just wanted them for... Oh, it was a hard drive site. That's what I needed them for. He is under the foundations in front of me. You're saying he's in these foundations here, I assume. Well, we don't need these anymore, so I'm happy to get rid of that. There he is! Hey, high-speed connectors. Appreciate that. Hey, we got him! He's stuck there for a long time. Thank you for that. I'm gonna put this... upload these. Need to upload that. What else could I get rid of? Don't need any of the limestone. Just wanted to clear this area. Another mom thing finished, right? So let's check it. We have solid steel ingots and automated miners. I'm gonna rescan this one. Solid steel is kind of okay. But nah, rescan that one. Turbo blend fuel. Getting kind of crazy now. Mixing fuel with heavy fuel, or heavy oil. Sulfur and petroleum coke. Ugh. That's a mess to pull that together, in my opinion. Just to pull it together. I don't know if it's efficient or not. Just wouldn't want to build it, you know? Next hard drive. Let's roll again. More to go. Solid steel. Just I don't know. I just don't really like it. I like the one where you mix it's petroleum coke, I think, in iron, something like that. quite like that recipe because it just gives you a pretty good use for the petroleum coke, in my opinion, anyway. What advice would you give on alternate alumina setups? I'm afraid that's just probably too advanced for me to really know. I've only ever built 2 aluminum factories ever, and I couldn't tell you what the alternate recipes are. I'm actually not that good at the game. That's the big secret. I came up here for this. For some reason, people think I am. Okay, leave it at that. I don't need these things. Are just clogging up my inventory. All right, cool. Chemical-induced hallucinations and the like. Your vision is an electrochemical hallucination. I would say your entire perception of reality is a hallucination, if you want to go there. That there's no such thing as time. But anyway. I don't know why I was protective of that pole for no reason. Alright, there we go. Not in that area anymore. I'll leave the blueprint designer here. Why not? Okay, so. You're right. Maybe. Doesn't matter if I'm right, though. Okay, so we have our location chosen. We're going to make crystal oscillator. Crystal oscillators in a... As part of... Really what we're making is a radio control unit factory, but a big modular component of that is going to be the crystal oscillators. Not sure how much we can do, but we'll head down south and kind of figure that out when we get there. Might just take a little bit of extra concrete with me, which is behind me, and then, yeah, start the build. This place looks like it's running pretty well. Do we have our nice smooth ingot belts rolling? Yeah. That's what it's all about. Good. Pretty good anyway. I think I saw one just stop for a second, but... Alright, give me that. Let's just get rid of this and this. That's good enough. So we're going to go south. We're going to head down to my aluminum factory, and we're going to integrate that as part of the radio control unit factory. And that will also make crystal oscillators. So 2 birds, 1 stone, hopefully. And then we can move on to supercomputers, right? So supercomputers would require... Oh, no, it doesn't. It requires high-speed connectors. That's just different then. Alright, that's fine. I like the way you plan and play this game. Thanks. Thank you, Andy. Not gonna lie, sorry. I learned almost all I know about this game from the Update 8 series. Pretty good. Don't undersell yourself. No, but I think I'm pretty good at explaining things. I like to think so anyway. I'm a classic mansplainer. But I'm not that good at the game. You know, I've got 1,600 hours, you know, which is a lot of time, but I've never beaten it. So I know the first 4 or 5 tiers really well. But that's it. I'm not like an advanced, really efficient, super smart, know all the most efficient recipes. Just there, I was figuring out how drones work, you know. So, as my dad would say, let's call a spade a spade. It's nice that I've helped people, but I help beginners. I couldn't really help people who are advanced or intermediate that much, other than some maybe telling them about quality of life things they missed. That's all. So when it comes to actual factory planning at complex scale, I know how to build complex and big factories, but not like, I don't know anything about the late game. I've never made an assembly director system. I don't even know what the other 3 things are. I know what nuclear pasta is just from videos and things. So I'm not even trying to undersell myself, just being real. Just being like, oh yeah, you know, I'm still figuring things out as I go, learning all the time. Why not make a space elevator parts factory and siphon off some components along the way? I can't make any of the space elevator components right now. All the space elevator parts I can make currently, I'm making smart plating and modular engines and all of that. That's all been made. It is just going into an awesome sink. I could put them in a container and use them. I don't know. It's a little less fun that way, I find. Because in theory, all you need is something like 14,000 smart plating. Like if you make 14,000, you can beat the game with that if you just put them into the right things later. But yeah, at the moment, don't really need to. I can't tick up the assembly director system yet. But that's the way I've been playing so far, which is as soon as I can make the thing, I'll pop it into the space elevator, let that tick in the background while I do the other things. But right now, I need to make supercomputers to make these. That's the first thing here. I need 500, right? I can't make supercomputers yet. I could maybe start making that factory now instead, but I just thought we should probably make the radio control units instead first, and then I'll get to the supercomputers. So as soon as supercomputers can be made, I'll make that next. We'll start ticking up phase 4. That's the plan for me anyway. The drone change is what I need to finally beat the game. I've had this game from day 1 of early access, still never gone to nuclear. I got it when it was in update 3, I think. And I played a campaign then, and I got to trains and I just got overwhelmed. I just didn't know what to do with trains. And then, because I find trains and signals real difficult. Like I was setting up multiple tracks, and I had junctions, and I had path signals, and everything was just getting backed up. And I was like, forget it. And then a couple years later, whenever updates, the end of update 6 came out, was it? I don't know. I was like, I'm going to make a series on this game. And it did pretty well. Then I made an update 8 series where I'd really learned how to play. And in update 7, I used trains. I had a fairly long, big train network, so I'd learned and figured out how to do that. That was good. Right, so I'd written down that we need copper, quartz, and iron. Let's start working out this chain, I guess. Just sit here for a second. I guess we could break out the Mila note document. I just don't want to be buried in planning for too long. But I suppose if I don't, then it would be buried in trying to figure things out. So let's work our way back just from crystal oscillators to start. We need quartz crystal, cable, and reinforced iron plates. Notepad. Fresh notepad, always good. Last one is has run out. Train's path going in block, going out. Yeah, generally I kind of understand it. It's the path signals that kind of screwed me, and I never really understood them in Factorio either. And I've played trade games before, like Sweet Transit, and I kind of work it out, but I don't know. I don't get it. It's not how I would design trains in real life, but obviously it works for everyone else. I get the concepts, like, okay, if you have a stretch of track and signals between them, if that track is occupied, trains don't go through it, they wait. But it's when it comes to junctions and then path signals in this game are particularly confusing, because it's supposed to be reading the one in front of it or something, but I just don't really get how it's doing that. It doesn't matter, because we're not building them anyway right now. And it's the other thing is it's just different in Factorio, and it's different in Sweet Transit. Like, there's in Sweet Transit, there's chain signals, path signals, and block signals. In Factorio, I think there's 3 types as well. In this game, there's only 2, so I don't know. There's obviously something different, but. And the very last thing is, in this game, often people draw out train tracks that look like this. There's a bad drawing, but they'll have something like that. Like the train tracks will have these, it'll be like a loop, but then going, like the stations, there'll be multiple stations on the middle points of these. Like on those middle points. But this game doesn't work that way. You can't do that, apparently. So, I don't know. There's just lots of little rules that I just don't really know too much about yet. Anyways, let's see what we got. But like I said, I built a train network. It did work. It was fine. Nitro rocket fuel. And see, this is what I wanted to roll for. This type of thing. Radio control units. I didn't even know this was a thing. Perfect. That's why I'm aggressively rolling recipes, because we're about to build things where I don't have any. So it's like, well, there has to be something that might be good. That seems pretty good to me. Building systems are simple enough, aren't they? Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe. That isn't too bad. Heat sinks, I think, are easy. Rubber, water, and then that's nitrogen gas, is it? Yeah. Heat sink itself. Oh. It is easy. Well, I say it's easy. It's simple with the aluminum sheets. We really do need a bigger aluminum factory. It begins. All right, well, good to know. We're not going to accept that one just yet. Those are two good recipes, unfortunately. I'll have to pick one or the other. I'll probably go with the supercomputer one, though. All right, we have our last hard drive ticking away. Okay, so look at this one more time. Try to speed up. Crystal oscillators. Actually, only 2 hours in. It's not too bad. Joe, appreciate the not super chat, the channel membership. Thank you. Tier 2'd. Out of their minds. Right, so just to write this down really quickly, that is 18 quartz per minute. That is 14 cably. And that is 2.5 reinforced plates. So, what I ultimately want to do is figure out how much could we potentially get out of the deposits that we have here. So there's 2 quartz nodes. Oh, actually, no, there's 3 now, isn't there? I think we could tap 1 totally and leave the other 2 for other things. They're over there. See what alternate recipe I have for quartz. I might have that quartz where you can mix it with water. That'd be good. Pure quartz. Is that it? Oh. Alright, cool. Help a bit. I missed. Oh, I'll get that one later. Anyways, so the quartz is here. This is the first 2 nodes. There's a new one, though, I thought. Or they were upgraded to pure or something. Oh, it is just 2. They are pure. I thought people told me they added a new one. Oh, maybe they were both normal before, were they? An ammo factory would be nice. Thinking about it. Both were pure? And really? Oh, this one's normal now. So my factory got a nerf? The one that my quartz factory? Everyone was telling me it's got a buff. Well, that sucks. That's the case. Alright, so. Oh, there's 3 down here. These might be the ones that were added. There's nitrogen, actually. An interesting area. There's like almost a little bit of everything here. Quartz, 18, 14. So, I'm just trying to work out like how many could I possibly make. It is only 1 per minute. So in the radio control units, Need 125 per minute. We needed 10 of those, so 4 machines, 4 times 125. 5. So at least 5 for the radio control units. But we need more than that. Because we're also going to make, what was it, some sort of computer or something with it. I can't really remember. Yeah. So, now I've got loads of these. I'd like to do 10. Just going to throw that out there. So that'd be 50 circuit boards per minute. That'd be 33 computers per minute. Is that an okay number? Seems reasonable. We only need 10, don't we? We're making 3 times as much as I need. More than that. We'll be using other things, like the supercomputers themselves. Do they get used there? No, we just use the radio control units. And the cooling system, potentially. Okay. It's getting complicated for notepad math. So, we need 5 for the RCUs. And then we need at least... I would like to make 10 of these. So, 10 times... 16.67. Looking at the update 8 map right now, they were both normal before. Ah, okay, so one became pure. Okay. Are you saving Blue Crater Lake for some of the build? As it's the best place for oil products? I haven't, no, not really. I haven't really thought that far ahead. I'm just thinking about what I'm doing now. I haven't really saved any location. People told me I should save it for rocket fuel, but I didn't. I just haven't been down there. We went down there to make the biofuel factory, but that was about it. Okay, so don't worry, I'm writing this down, so we're making some progress. So that's going to be 21.67 crystal oscillators per minute are needed. So if I could try and make 22, that would give me some in the background to just every now and then build things, like the lights and things. Play signs. Maybe you could even round it up and say, what if we could hit 25? Question mark. All right, so 22 is what I need. Let's see then. Can we afford to do that? We get 1 per minute, so these numbers have to be timed by 25. So it does seem like a lot. Do it on my calculator here. 25 times 18. That's not too much. 450. 450 quartz would be needed. Crystal. 14. Whoops. Times 25. That'd be 350 cable. Also doable. 3 iron plates, maybe not so nice. Although actually it's quite a low number, so times 25. 62.5. Okay. That sounds doable to me. Rocket fuel. The fact that other people said to do rocket fuel in Blue Crater makes me go, no, I'll probably do it somewhere else. Maybe on the west coast or Spire coast, maybe. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I haven't really thought about it because I don't really know what's needed. We'll get there. Right, so here's what I've got. I need 450 quartz crystal, at least. So to get quartz crystal, we have our alternate recipe. Nice, so we can just mix water. That's quite doable, actually. You know, we could get a lot more if we want it. So I'll tap one node and get as much out of it as possible. To the normal node. See something. The normal node. 300 per minute. Do we not have Mark III yet? I guess not. Well, we'll still build it to that spec. But that's 300 per minute. If we mix it with water. Man, my brain is slowing down big time here. So, 37.5 divided by 22.5. 0.60. Okay. That number times 300. think we need 500 per minute. But we could use the pure node, or I could wait till I get a Mark III miner. Well, not wait, but like build it, and then when we get a Mark III miner, just upgrade it. Let me just have to, I don't want to run all the way back. I'm just going to look that up. How long does... Satisfactory wiki GG. That's not for a while. Need fused frames and supercomputers. Okay. Well, maybe I'll tap the pure node then. Darren, grab a drink. Helped yesterday. Yeah, I actually have one. I just haven't been drinking it. Thanks, Sinister. Yeah, that's exactly the way I think about it. Yeah, I know. I have to keep making them. It's funny that you should be able to. You can automate drills now, and there's kind of a purpose to doing that because of the cloud thing. Right. I think for ease, I'll probably tap the pure node first, and then I could always switch it over to the other one later if I needed to. So we just got. Hey, we rolled solid steel again. How did that happen? Did I click one of the options before? No. Alclad casing. So this is normally made just on ingots. All right. We could make some extra ingots in an assembler to do that. That would improve our casing output quite a bit, actually. All right, we'll start choosing some of these. I'm going to go with that one because that's all the hard drives we have now. So that's good, but I actually think this could be used sooner. So we'll go with that. New parts. I do think I'll probably use this one before I ended up using that one. Interesting that you get the byproduct of compacted coal. It takes in regular coal with sulfur. So this machine basically produces that for us. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, yeah, probably go with this one. Yeah, I like both. These are both good options. But we'll go with that one. Because it's more usable. Turbo blend fuel or rigger motors. Probably the turbo blend fuel. Although, well, I say that actually, I don't think I'd actually do that. Can't rescan either. Maybe the rigger motor then. What do you think on that one? Diluted fuel and steel screw definitely. Well, it's actually pretty good as well. But diluted fuel. Turbo heavy fuel, turbo blend fuel. See, I've already just built a turbo fuel plant and I don't know if I'll ever make another one. So I'm kind of like, nah. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't think I'll use it. Yeah. Right, we go with the rigger motor. We'll go with the rubber concrete. Rescan this actually. We'll do some rescans. I don't have any other options now. Pure iron, yep. Copper alloys. So mix iron and copper together and you get copper ingots out. Or alternate quartz purification. Mix in some nitric acid, which we can't make yet. So again, no rescans left. Oh, we missed a rescan for that one. Aluminum scrap, heavy flexible frames. I don't know, leave those here. I don't need either of those. Plastic smart plating, nope. Fine black powder, nope. If they're both a no, it's like leave it here and we'll just rescan other ones. Recycled plastic, people love that one. I want the pure Caterium. Recycled rubber. Can't rescan, so might as well just pick one. Actually, no, just leave it. I don't want either. I just laugh because I know people like that, and I, for some reason, just don't. Used wire. I like this. Built a whole giant mega factory off of it in the previous thing. I'll probably use it again when building up my Caterium. So just rescan this, please. We get molded steel pipe or a molded beam. So mixing concrete with steel, you get more out of it. That would actually be really great at our current steel plant. I'm going to click this one because I could use it. We're low on beams and we have loads of concrete there. Molded beam is nice, yeah. Good, 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 good. Alright, I might just leave that then. I don't really think any of these are things I would want. So just leave it. Maybe the recycled rubber, but again, it's above my pay grade, you know, to know. I look at that and I go, even if it ends up being more, see, I wouldn't have probably worked out that it's more efficient for a long time. I'm like wasting fuel to get a product, no way. But I know that I guess per oil in, you probably get more rubber and rubber out. But it just looks to me like, well, I need oil to make plastic, I need oil to make fuel. It seems like a lot, but it's me being smooth brain. Alrighty, that was fun. It's quite a lot of those. Alright, let's do some landscaping, and then we'll just pave this area, and we're going to build this there instead. And I suppose actually I'll need to pave it first. And let's bring some power down so I can fly. Alright, there we go. Now the game begins. Alright. Rescan the third drive. No. Okay, yeah, sure. The reason I didn't, or was thinking not to, is because I don't like either of these. And I was like, I'll just leave them there so that when we roll other hard drives, they don't show up again. But sure, we'll just do it for the fun of it. Ooh, insulated crystal oscillator. Mixing some AI. We need to make AI limiters as well, actually. I prefer this. So this can work really well with the other fused recipe that we have. Because they can alternate. So now we can exchange, we can mix a bit of copper in with Caterium and get the wire, or we can mix a bit of Caterium in with copper and get quick wire. I like those too. When you have the pure recipes as well, they're quite good. Yeah, get a lot out. Alright, time for foundations. Probably try to use blueprints a bit more effectively here today as well. These are down anyway. Alright, we are paved out of our minds. Alright, so yeah, the first thing is really just making quartz crystal. I have to update the to-do list so that people can follow along and know what stage we're at, I guess. Grass creeps through there, so I'll just cut that line off. Kinda creeps through there, but that's tolerable. Just on the edge of being tolerable. I guess the higher up I go, actually, the easier it is to get these things, so I should just stay up high. Alright, good. Actually, I'll cut this as well, because we could just raise that part of the floor. Just so I know then, like, okay, if we're building out that way, it just needs to be raised. It's more for me than anything. Anything concrete. Double fuse factory is huge. Yeah, that's what I built. That's my copper Caterium factory that was in the Update 8 series. Is a mix of both. And super efficient. And super high volume Caterium and quick wire. Took in tremendous amounts of ore, something like 12,000 ore. Anyways, right, cool, paved. So let's start. We're going to start on the left side. Now, we'll need to source some water. Mix in with this ore. I know that there's one over there as well, so I might just mark that so that we know that is reserved. And we could go up or maybe out to the right, somewhere over there. The reach of those is really good now. Okay, so in order to get, so you have to look at this. We needed, what was it, 450? Sorry, 450 quartz crystal, which I think means we need 500 of this. I think. Easier way for me to. I don't know why I can't work that out. Give me more of this drink. It would be funny to follow along the brutalism build and just follow the video. Could do that. Pretty tempting to, because all the plans and floor plans are on. That would just give us all the quartz crystal we need. But no, let's just try to be a bit more original. Hey, Warren. Hey, Darren. Going through your Blackwater City Skylines walkthrough and recreating it. Thank you for your detailed walkthrough. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying it. Thanks. Yeah, the dam. Oh yeah, I forgot about the dam. The dam was cool. Right, so 600 per minute. I guess we'll just use all of that, right? We might as well. That's cool. There's a little graphical effect on that bit. 600 per minute. So how much water do we need then? 600 per minute divided by 67.5 is 8.8 recurring. Binaries. And then they need 37.5 water times that 8.88888. We need 333.33 water. Alright, that's our first goal. So first goal, quartz crystal. Alright, that's where we're at. So quartz crystal, crystal oscillators, radio control units. Obviously things will probably appear in the middle of that later. Now the water is just over there. We just need to pipe that up into this area and mix it into 9 refineries. So not that crazy. The other quartz that we get, maybe that'll go into silica, or we could make even more quartz crystal with it. That would be just recreating the factory that I made before. We just make all the quartz crystal we can. Because what else do we need it for? Can be used in silica and crystal. Does it ever go into anything else? Because I feel like a silica factory could be somewhere else then. The only thing I'm just unsure of, it's like, well, what if this place in the future needs, I want to mix some silica into some other part of the chain? That way, because there's a lot going on here, right? There's the radio control units. We're thinking about the supercomputer could go here. I think leave it reserved just in case. Yeah, I can leave it reserved. If I was really being very well planned out, I would look at everything I'd need along the chain and then say like, well, there's no silica needed, but I think I'll probably just leave it just in case. All right, well, to keep things really simple, I'll probably just build straight out and we'll build on this floor. And we'll just add in the 9 or so refineries and we'll just clear the vegetation after I put down the foundations. It would be kind of interesting to have a little room there, and then we just have a, what's it called, like a ramp that goes down, follows this into another section of the factory. That would look kind of nice, and that way I'm not just building over everything. Let's try that. Try with concrete, double ramp 8. 8's a bit strong, but that's just what we need. Let's try, what would the 4 look like? Maybe we don't have a 6. I think I'll use 8. Tell you what, we'll bring it out to here and then use it. That might be better. Question is that then going to be high enough to cover lots of territory? Yeah. Yeah, looks good. Alright, good. Could be an interesting kind of thing going on in the factory, I guess. Shame about that bit. Do anything with that? I mean, I could just cut across it again, so the ramp area is just a bit less than that. I feel like I have to. There also used to be huge spiders out here. I don't see them at the moment. Cool. I'll do a similar thing here. Build in the gap over the giant pit to the southwest. Southwest? Build over that? No. I don't want to do that. I don't really like building like over massive gaps. My OCD is twitching all over the wasted wood on the ground. Ah, don't worry about it. Our biofuel plant is so full right now. Although you're right, when I did this initially in my previous series, I used a chainsaw to clear everything. I'm actually going to keep this lower, even though it goes against that little bit of grass that creeps through right there. But we'll just leave it. Maybe I can hide it by putting something on top of it. This is kind of cool. All right, let's chop this down then. Might make a trip to the biofuel factory actually and just dump some of this stuff. You didn't used to be able to remove these, so I had to build the old factory raised. Just generally. Alright, cool. Nice big concrete paved area, and then we can build more out this way then. Now we can drag this down while we're paving it. All the way out there, why not? Just concrete the crap out of it. So our water will probably travel up this ramp, or just we'll send it in from some other side angle up to the refineries. Alternatively, the quartz could come down, but we've got space up here, so I'd say use that. I saw something actually quite cool recently. Can't remember who it was, but they painted these using the metallic colors, and it actually made it look like big metal pillars. And I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of a cool idea. Like now it doesn't really look too great, but just on its own, when they just had 2 of them and then there was like gates and stuff, I was like, oh, that's a great idea. Like, because I've known that you could do that to concrete, but I was like, why? Who would ever use it that way? Like, what's it for? But that gave it a use, you know? They saw something I didn't, for sure, as many people do. I think this is broadly what they did. Well, actually, they did something completely different, but this could work too. And you just like make that metal as well or something. And then if you didn't see the other concrete, it's like, oh yeah, it's like all metal, kind of. Kind of. I wonder what did they use this and make that metal? That might have made it even shinier. Oh, that's must be what they did, because it's, yeah. Quite dark though. Kind of cool. I don't know which one I prefer. This looks more like a brushed kind of metal. That looks more like a sheen, like a kind of a shiny pillar. This is a bit different colored, so we could darken this maybe. And then it would look kind of the same, sort of. And then the idea was that you have those gates, I think. So, if I wanted to get really crazy, try to be creative, I suppose you could do something like this maybe. Actually need to be moved over slightly. That could be really cool. Put some lights on it, maybe just a little bit here and there. It'll look great. Like on the top and bottom. I don't know. You could use. I suppose the wall mounts. Oh, they're really big though. Let me test one other thing. Maybe even the metal bar. Ew. Clips through a little bit, but that kind of idea might work, given some time and better placement. Like, you'd still use this, and then if you latch onto it, just move that up. You're not clipping through as much. A little bit is maybe okay. Can move that across now? Yeah. I think it's still too big, but a couple of display signs in that kind of configuration could look quite cool. And if it was centered a bit better. But yeah, something like that, maybe. It's such a shame there's no, like, middle ground between these. But yeah, I suppose you could just add a few. You can make your own smaller version. Yeah, I could do so much if I had some time for cosmetics, but there's no time. There we go. Look at that. Not too bad. Door is staying open because it sees the vehicle. Doing things for science. Yeah, I got distracted and I was like, oh yeah, what could we make this look like? Make it look like a big industrial metal door. And I was seeing if it looks better with the coated concrete. Now that's a weird bug. That's the weirdest bug I've ever seen. Well, one of. It changed this. Oh, and it just undid it when I hovered over it and refreshed it. How weird is that? Let's see if we can do that again. So it was regular concrete, and then it was painted chrome, and then I just changed the material. No, don't know how that happened, but that was weird. Anyways, Yeah, and with a roof on it and with some reflective lighting, like that will come across as metal a little better. I think it probably looks better like that. Like the kind of, I know it's concrete, but it almost does look like brushed metal rather than just smooth. And I suppose if you didn't want to play that trick, you could just go with something that is metal. And you can't, unfortunately, apply a finish to that. This is what it is. Could you do it to the Fix-It variant? It is the Fix-It variant now. The Fix-It variant, it'll change on top, but not on bottom. It only changes the bit that can be colored. Anyways, that was fun just to play around with that, but let's just pop it back to normal. I don't plan on having a door there right now anyway, but it was fun to kind of stick around with it. I'll just clear that. Hey Kyle. Big, massive PIR LED. What's a PIR? Hey, Miley. What's up, D? Just joined. Like the style you're on to here. Thank you. Sorry I didn't reach out there for a while. Anyway, so what we're doing at the moment is we're building quartz crystal mini part of the factory that's going to be into a bigger quartz crystal oscillator factory, which is going to be in a bigger radio control unit factory. We're just going to be building all those refineries now in a second. Just want to clear some of the hell was that? Oh yeah, you can type here. That's a good tip actually, just for those who don't know. If you open this menu by pressing Q, if you want to be quick, if you just press spacebar, you'll start typing, like you'll start searching. It's a small thing, but if you can get in the habit of, instead of going like that and then freeing up your hands or whatever, if you could just go, you know, I don't have to move the mouse that way and I can just search things a bit quicker. Kind of nice. I still don't know why there's no hotkey for just opening blueprints straight away. Like, B is your flashlight. Something like that gets you in there quickly would be nice. But anyways, I digress. Let's chop down some of this foliage. Oh yeah, the rounded foundations could look really nice when you do that paint trick too. Yeah, you're right. That could look really good. The quarter pipe or whatever it's called. The Caterium finish. Maybe in a Caterium factory. Fix-It Half Foundations has a top side on the side, right? I'm not sure what you mean, a top side on the side. A Fix-It Foundation... There we go. It has the vents going around the side, like that is the quote top, and then on the bottom it matches, I think. Yeah, it's the same on the bottom as it is on the top, and then the sides are the same as grip metal. So if we use this one here, let me go with grip metal instead, maybe. That's grip metal. Pretty identical. It'll might be slightly colored differently, but then on top, obviously, this is just all metal. If you hold control while nudging, you can mini nudge. Yes, that's a good one. I like calling it mini nudge. In building, can also type N and start typing a buildable in there. Yeah, I've heard that before. I've never found the need for that. Maybe I just haven't used it correctly. Did I say thanks to Joe? Joe... Yeah, I did, yeah. Alright, cool. There we are. So what we're making is 9 refineries. The 9 refineries are going to go up here. The water has to travel up from somewhere down in the lake. This can just stay as concrete now. Whoops. Alright, back to normal. Alright, we'll just leave it at that until we decide what to do as we expand. So 9 refineries. Might blueprint these, so open up our designer. Let's try open up our new designer. The big one. The bigger one, not the biggest one. It's actually quite nice because now we can fit a few in a row. rather than just whatever it was before. Just before I do that though, just to gauge the spacing up here, I think we do need to expand a bit further, don't we? Yeah, because we can't fit 9 this way. And we're just getting quartz crystal out. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'd have to go up just ever so slightly, but that's okay. So maybe if I make a blueprint with 4 or 5, we could do 10. Because they have to be underclocked to 8.8, so we need 9, technically. Bring this across. So, right there is where it cuts through. Cuts through my heart like a dagger. Uneven dagger. Alright, yeah, let's do that. Excuse me. Sorry. I have to use the bathroom. That's okay, K-Balls. Thanks for letting everyone know. I hope it goes okay. Hey, William. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Alright, that gives us a lot of space to work with. And maybe we could continue this ramp theme we've got going. And just ramp it. That's a 2-meter ramp. Or steps. Steps could look quite nice in certain places as well. I don't know why I'm putting it there. I don't know where technically things are going to go yet. Alright, let's just get rid of these. I'm going to just get rid of them single. We're cutting it a little fine with the grass coming through here. Either that or go up 4 meters. Is 4 a bit too high though? Visually. No, I'll leave it. It's fine. A little bit of grass, it's okay. Whatever. We could possibly go back a layer. Well. Really like the way you approach this game. Thanks, Will. Or William. Need some grass trimmers, yeah. I wish you could get rid of that. You know? Just somehow. Like it just knows when concrete's on it, it doesn't creep through. Can we get rid of that? Actually, I am going to be building further out here. The quartz crystal has to go somewhere. Although, arguably, we don't need to be as far forward either. Alright. We'll use blueprints to place them all down. They should look a bit better then too, but I'm just trying to gauge how much space we have. We could probably start from here, actually, thinking about it. Somewhere like that. That means that maybe we don't need to go that far forward. In terms of building. Or the option is just to raise it 2 more meters. I'll just raise it. The grass does bother me. I can't lie to myself. That's what I'm doing when I'm saying this. I'm like, it doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to tell myself, but I know deep down it hurts. This one low down potentially, depending on what goes there. But I imagine it'll probably have to be raised as well. Actually, yeah, it pretty much just straight away will have to be if we're going to push those refineries a bit further back, so... I'll probably never use that part. I'm just blocking it all out for now, and then we'll see where things are going to go. So that'll be 2 there, 3, 4, and 5. So that's 5 in total. So get rid of that. Now we could go further forward. It might go to about there. We'll just mark that so we know that's the line. Yeah. Alright. So it's 5, and then we'll do another 5 up there. That should look good. Let's blueprint it so we can make them have the recipe they need. So, if we're doing 600 quartz crystal in, or raw quartz, we needed 8.88888 refineries. And then we'll need water. 8.888 refineries. 600 divided by 67.5. And they're making 52.5, 52.5. So we make 466 quartz crystal. Ooh, didn't I say that I needed 500? Well, that'll be our limiting factor, I guess. We could tap the other node. I think I do need 500. I think that's what I wrote down. I can't remember. Or I think that's what I had in my head, but I didn't write it down. Anyway, a cluster nebulous makes things a lot easier when clearing. I like to keep it though. I have a liquid biofuel plant that we put all that stuff into, so I don't like to delete those things. Just learned about coloring foundations by going over the saturation max on the slider. There are some wild colors. Yeah, you can just make it super matte and bright. It's a 466.6667. So if we divide that by 10, that is our target output, 46.6667. Now, because we can't put that number into... Although, can we? I think actually we probably might be able to, but just... part of me feels like you can't, because I feel like I've done that before. So let's need... that... divided by 52.5 again. That is our percentage. Pop that in brackets. Times it by 100. And that's what we need. Copy that. Now we can put that in here. That's the clock speed. Just copy that. So that would get everything out of this. So in future with the Mark III node, we will be able to get more. At the moment I can only get 600. We could fit 780 on one belt. Do you think I need the other one? Just then even for a little while to go onto the rest of the refineries. Because I think I said I needed 500. I just wish I could remember exactly why. I usually write this stuff down. Crystal oscillators need... We said that we were going to make... Try to aim for 25 of these. 25 times 18. No, I only need 450. How much did I just say that we were going to be making? 406. Perfect. We got a little bit more. Love it. That'll be good for going into a depot to make signs and things. Which we already have, but we can change the other ones then. Alright, cool. So it all works out. Alright, great. It doesn't matter if you followed that or not. It's just me in my own head wondering things. Now with our new blueprint designer, we'll try to lay out 5. I don't know if we can get 5 in a row. But it'd be nice if we could. 1, 2, 3. No. Well, I'll just do 1 then. But the nice thing is we have space now at the front and the back to do more of the logistics or get it in position earlier. About there. That's the center, right? We can paste in our setting so that they all come out the same. We can color it so that looks great. We'll do quartz pink with some gray. The kind of gray trim. We don't need to put signs on them. I usually do, but there's no point. They're all going to be clocked the same. Although you could put signs on them just to put the numbers on them. That can kind of look nice. Do you want to do that? Sure. So we need the portrait sign. I'll change this to say, I don't know, just the number of the machine. And if we turn off the emission strength, oh my god. Since when does that happen? Can't even fit two numbers. Maybe I used square signs. I must have. Oh yeah, I used square with the display underneath to give the clock speed. I remember now. There we go. You can be 0, 0. Emission strength off. Color gray. Color pink. That should look like it's just kind of part of the machine then. I'll change the numbers based on what machine's doing what. Then we can be like, oh, machine number 3 is acting up. Even though they'll all be the same. Cover up that Fix-It logo. Alright, cool. That it? Pretty basic. And then we just need our little bit of piping and stuff beforehand. So we're sending water in and then also quartz crystal. So we'll need connection there. And we're feeding from this side, so yep, that should be fine. Great, and this will go out to a little, sorry about this. It's been lazy. This will go out to a merger. And that will travel to the left, I would imagine. And we're doing 46.66 per minute, so Mark 1 is totally fine. Paint that as well. Do that. Do the belt gray with the pink trim, and do the splitters or mergers in the reverse. For the water we'll do a copper pipe, an unpainted junction. All right, let's give that a shot. Save this. So it's a refinery. So I'll just say quartz. I don't really know what to call it. It'll be in a group called refinery, so that is what it is. Quartz crystal, just one, right? So leave it, I guess, the way it is. Alright, let's see if this works. Use a summer sleep on one refiner. Oh yeah, because I was feeling I was going to be short. That would be a good idea, yeah. When you're short something, just throw that in there. Actually, it's a good... I still haven't really got my mind into thinking in that framework yet. But yeah, shout out. That would be a good idea. We did do that with the biofuel plant, but that's it so far. To make more slugs and make more, power shards and things like that. Right, so blueprints. Quartz crystal. Here we are. And we could go further up now. To there. We want that to be aligned with the center of a foundation like that. And leave it room. Yep, that's okay. That's our first 5. Do our next 5 just somewhere up here. Guess we could have it right over to the edge. Don't really see a reason not to. As easy as that. It's not as easy to say, I guess. Alright, let's just hook all these up then. So, just get that pipe in place. I didn't actually work out... That's 37, so 300... So we need a Mark II pipe. I would like it clean, please. Okay, horizontal to vertical. That... Turn on the boombox or something. The music's quite dreary. Or put on like the Factorio soundtrack or something. Now we needed my best belt for this. 5. Oh, actually, we could get away with a Mark IV. Okay, so they're all hooked up. We'll just clear those pipes, make them copper. And they're all cleared already. We'll just have to reverse this. Out of miners. Time to automate miners and put in dimensional storage. Yeah, nice. I never did that, but seeing that I always need to just craft a couple. It's not that bad as they're so fast to craft, but obviously it would be really nice just having them. Especially now that I've got plenty of spheres. Alright, cool. Looking good. We need to number our machines, of course. Technically on the front and back, which adds such unnecessary time, but it can kind of make it look a bit better. Trying to make something that doesn't just look like ass now. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I was like, what? If you set build to take from inventory first, I think I've done that, haven't I? Take from inventory before depot. Yeah. You won't clog your inventory when dismantling. Missing items still come from the depots. You do 2 and then 1 if you ever even need odd numbers. Yeah, I thought about that because that's what I was like, I need 5 and then another 5. So I was like, oh, I could do 2 and then 2 and then 2 and then 2. But it's so quick to just go like pop, 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 like that in a row anyway. I don't really have a problem with that. Obviously, it would have been nice. I guess you could hook up. I would have saved a little bit of time hooking these up. Now, in my copper Caterium plant, there's 450 refineries. In a place like that, I would have done it in groups, you know, because it just is so much more. But I thought there's not really that much to... The time saved really would have seemed very minimal. Alright, there we go. At least on this side. I have to do the numbers on the other side, but we'll leave it for a minute. Slash forever, probably. Okay, that's almost... Oh, I never hooked up the power. Damn. I usually like to have that in the Blueprint Designer as well, but oh well. Now, what we get out is less than what we put in. Yeah, they're taking in 600 per minute. I was like, wow, that just works out. It's like, yeah, that's because that's the way I designed it. It is 600 per minute, so I do need a 780 belt. It's the... On the way out, only needs Mark IV. Alright, so Mark IV belt can go here. Okay, and yeah, to give them all power, I'll just build one of those bars that I typically build above the whole thing. Usually just keeps it looking fairly neat. I'll do it with metal beams though, maybe to be a bit different. A line about here. Go up to 24, I guess. Maybe 28. Not too high. That's pretty high. Do 24. Alright, that'll have to come down. I guess it could have gone high enough for both. What do you think? Bring it a higher bar above, or have two separate... I'll have to do a higher bar actually, because it's so close to the edge I can't really do two separate poles. So yeah, we'll go higher. So that was 24, and that's where I want it to be. That's 4 meters higher, so going to 28 should be good enough. Alright, that's my logic on that. Hope you're well. Did you try any games in the last Next Fest? Any games take your fancy? I actually didn't. I've been too busy. Well, I say too busy. I do play some games recreationally in my spare time. But I've been playing Nier Automata on PlayStation. I played it a few years ago on PC, but I got like 6 hours into it. This time I actually just beat it yesterday. The first, no spoilers please, but I just beat the like the first route. I think there's 3 in the game from what I understand. So that's what I've been playing like in my off time. I beat Astrobot recently as well. But yeah, for the Next Fest I just didn't look. Just didn't look. Nothing against it. I think the Next Fest is great. But yeah, just didn't really look. Anytime I sat at my PC this week and last week, it's been streaming Satisfactory, recording Anno videos, working on Manor Lords, and Frostpunk 2. So I've just been busy. I like have no need or demand for any more games, you know, I'm like, I'm good. But also, I haven't really seen many people, normally in my Discord people are posting different games and stuff. Nobody really did that this year, or this time, so nothing really was like, oh, you have to try this. You do get, as a content creator, you get sent a lot of these just before the Next Fest hits. So I had a few things go into my inbox, but I've got Rosie kind of looking after that now for me. I don't really even see them. Did you? Curious to know any genre of game, anything that you thought was good or interesting, worth keeping an eye on. My life is work, family, and Satisfactory. Same, except my only family is my cats and my girlfriend, and my family that live in Ireland, I guess. But you know. Does this game ever get wireless power? No. There are mods that do power conduits, I think. And there's also mods that allow you to daisy chain your buildings together. So instead of doing that, you just do this. And then you can, like in the game, you can only do one, right? But normally then in the mod, you can just click that and daisy chain and keep going. So that makes it way easier as well. That's a pretty popular mod. Wife, kids, cats. Yeah. Not in that order. There's a very good hour-long video on philosophies. The philosophies that Nier explores. It's an excellent watch after you've beaten it. Nice. I was saying, it's a really... It might be the best game ever. I was joking about that in my Discord, like... It might be the greatest game of all time. And it didn't click with me the first time I played. I was like, yeah, it's cool, whatever. Fine. But this time it like really hit me a bit more. I was like, this is actually like an incredible... And I'm only through the first route. I'm like, this is actually an incredibly deep game. In terms of its themes. And it's weirdly self-aware. Like, it's this weird fourth wall breaking game. I won't spoil anything, but it's like... very self-aware. I've never really seen a game like that, where it knows you're playing it, you know? It knows in many ways what you're doing. And it's very weird and interesting as a result. And it purposefully puts in bad design in certain places or things that might annoy you, and then points itself out and says, we know that this is annoying. It's very weird. Like the map system does that. The map system's like such a strange system, basically. And sorry, I'm just really quickly thinking, should I just send that straight in from here into... No, I'll send it around the side. It's always better that way. So I was going to bring out the quartz crystal out here. Okay, so that just means, just once I get this plugged in, I can do pontificating. I know people love that. Anyways. The map system's like really awkward, and it's really blocky and a bit weird. And they mention it a couple of times that it can get like slightly better. And they were like, oh, we know it's kind of annoying, but you just kind of have to put up with it and stuff. And it's just weird. I'm not doing it justice, but the way they talk about it, it's like, I don't know if acknowledging it makes it okay. It's still kind of annoying, but it almost feeds into the whole idea of like, well, you're supposed to sort of get upgrades to your character, and your upgrades are really meta, where it's like, you get these upgrades where it's like, oh, the game will like heal for you now, or it'll warn you when attacks coming in and stuff. It's like, these are just mechanics that most games would just give you from the beginning, but they're optional upgrades. You have to like install them to yourself because you're like this android. But anyway, that's just the gameplay. The themes are really interesting about like, I don't know, emotions and what it means to be alive, what people's purpose is. What it means to have a family. Really deep. The human experience, I guess. Put the belt in on straight mode. I couldn't really do that. I wanted to at least tuck it in. Let me just see, what would it have looked like if I did that? Yeah, I wanted it to go down the center. I don't know why I'm finicky with certain things like that, where I'm like, yeah, it's, you know. I wanted to actually use, like, it's a shame you can't like anchor and then go. You know, it's, I always want more. That's what I was saying about their features. Like, you just want more straight away. Right, anyways, we still have to hook up the water, and I realized I just blocked the water, so, to avoid blocking the water, we could just turn into this one here, maybe. Anyway, it's a great game. If you stick with it, especially. Now it's in the center. Cool. Alright. That is our quartz refinery tucked in for the quartz aspect. We haven't done the water yet. We'll do that next. Sorry, I haven't looked yet to see if anyone said that they played something good on the next fest. Oh, nice. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty happy with that. When is your new channel going live? What Rosie paints alongside her own pursuits. Satisfactory landscape scenes and creature series. Then NFT them out of their minds. NFT'd out of our minds. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even have an answer. I love Rosie's paintings, though. They're really cool. Hey, Darren, have you looked at a game called Tectonica? Yeah, I did a sponsored video for it a long time ago, actually, when it first came to early access. I really quite liked it, sponsorship aside. It's quite unique, the way you can drill through territories and stuff. I feel like they should lean into that more. In the early access, I've only played it at early access for maybe 10 hours. So I need to see, like, do they do any more with that idea? Because obviously that's like the hook. It's the same with like Foundry. It's like, this is a really unique hook. You know, you're able to basically dig through the world. And I feel like they didn't really lean into that as much as they should have in Foundry. So, during early access though, it's like, to me, you've got a kind of a Minecraft-esque factory game. You're not going to compete with Satisfactory's like graphics and stuff. So you should lean into what's unique. An infinite world made out of blocks that you can explore caves and find things deep down. Like, to capture that Minecraft experience of like finding diamonds, but knowing that it's like, oh, I've just found some diamond vein super deep down, you know, the equivalent of. Now I have to build an underground factory. I'm going to have to build an excavator, block, like get a whole chunk of this territory out of here, process it, maybe even support the area somewhat or something, and then get to work on getting the actual thing you came down there for. Like, I think that's like the big hook of the game. Or could be. I don't know if they ever plan on leaning in that direction. But anyway, for Tectonica, I kind of feel the same. It's like, yeah, do more with that. The only thing I liked Tectonica, the only thing I didn't like was the whole you power your foundations type thing. There's something kind of weird about that. I can't remember exactly now, it's been so long. But I remember just thinking, like, I don't really like having to build out foundations to extend power. I just found that weird. But anyway. Have I gotten further than previous plays? I almost have. If we make supercomputers, I will have gotten there. Or if I make anything for Phase 4. I've never made any of those components. We're almost there. I've made... This is going to be a quartz, crystal, and radio control unit factory. That's as far as I've ever gotten. So after that... then yes. So what I'm doing here, it's going to build... This is where the pipeline will come in. So our water extractors will just be over here, and I'll get rid of things that are in the way in a sec. Sorry, let's bring that power over here, just briefly. Right, so we could bring the water up like this part. This could actually be good. You can anchor the water extractors onto that, I think. Let's just see. Yeah, you can. Always like doing that. Oh, you can't nudge them though. Oh. Alright, once one's down, then we can just latch onto that one, right? Can't remember how much we needed, but this will be one little group. Now, just for a moment, I'll build this here. That's not too low. What's different with that one? Why is that different? Oh, because that was on the foundation, that one's raised. I didn't think you could ever actually affect the height of these. I thought they always go to water level. That's interesting. With a foundation, you can actually raise their height. I don't necessarily need that. I just wanted to align it, so we'll just put this one down and get rid of these two now. Fine by me. Still no? So, are you telling me that this terrain... Oh. Maybe that? Yeah, why is it raised? Is it that the terrain below is... not as deep? That could be the case. I'm just trying to fly, man. There we go. Oh yeah. Because it's literally raised. Interesting. Okay, fine. Whatever. I didn't actually try changing the mode. That might have done something as well before thinking about it, but oh well. Alright, cool. I have to check the amount we need. I can't really remember. Like 350 or something. Ah, you just said it. Yeah, change the pipe mode. I probably needed to do that. Yeah, I think I just forgot. It's 33. So we need 333. Yep, so 3 extractors is enough. And then we'll just roll up the wall. Why the hell not? Horizontal to vertical, please. I'll snap to a wall or similar. Just choose like some point there, I guess. Build it up there. Alright, here comes the water. It's not as high as I thought that would be. I feel like I want to give more clearance. I don't know what this is for, but I want it to be higher than that. So I'll just use the supports. How many is that? 1, 2, are these all? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright, there we go. A little bit higher. Could use half pipes and go below. Glass walkway? Oh, like go underneath and use a glass thing here? That could look kind of cool. Do we have the room for it? Maybe. Not really. Although maybe. Let's just do it anyway and see what it would look like. Just to be a little creative, because I've been so not creative so far in this entire thing. So I'd start, maybe the glass thing could be here. Just on the ramp bit. This could be where the floor hole brings it back up. Abel, thank you very much for the channel membership. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Temporarily gonna put that there and that there. Let's not make it a clean pipe so we can actually see the bulge. Now, this come up to a foundation here. That's just 1 meter. Now that's where the quartz crystal is actually rolling out, so we'd want to actually go maybe about there. I'll update the pipe in a sec. I wanted to get that in position, that in position. Yes, that's what I was thinking. It needs to be. It would technically need to be lower, but we'll hide this, and that's the bit we don't see. So I would just put a big block foundation in there, and then we can actually get rid of the wall And that's what we look like. It looks like it's just going straight in and coming out. Which it basically is. We could also use display signs down there to make it look kind of nice. Let's see what we got. Fat billboard. She big, she quite thick. Maybe we could do just the small ones then. Turn them this way. We need a lot more, but at least we're not wasting space. Mini nudge. Rosie, could you bring me some Milky Bar buttons, please? Right. Oh man. Right, so this is now going to be blue. And that's that. Ooh, and a little dish. No. There you go now, yeah. Okay. Alright. Now let's see with the glass on. And we'll have to do a little cheat. Don't tell anyone. They don't need to know how that was done. Now, obviously right now it's like super bright. We could just turn down the emission, but the idea would be that in a factory that actually has a ceiling on it and doesn't have its own natural source of light, that might look quite cool. It's a little bit extreme. Maybe, what would it look like if you can do that background where it actually looks like, nah, I won't do that. I was gonna say it has that background where it has that like wavy water, but you couldn't I don't think you could really synchronize them. That'll be emission strength 1. We'll get that kind of blue effect. The other question would be, do we want to leave it as concrete on the inside, or should it be like, should there be a wall in there so it looks like that, or it could be like metal and reflective potentially, or it could be like this. Although the wall would creep through actually the glass frames, which I wouldn't really like to see. So I suppose we just leave it. Alright, I'll just leave it like that. What color pipe is all are we doing? Oh, it's the copper pipe. And did I do clean pipe? I actually didn't, but there's no... What's that about? There's no, like, bulge thing. Pipeline. Pipeline Mark II, just a standard pipeline. Is it because there's nothing in there right now? But there you should see... Yeah, you should still see that. Is it not long enough to be able to see that? Wow. Crazy if true. I just would have thought that's long enough to be able to see it. I wonder is it because this is blocking anything? Just out of curiosity, just testing. What about from here? Here, so slightly longer. Why would it be there? What's that about? Not in the center. That's really weird. Some pipes don't bulge. Don't judge. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. I thought it was always just in the center. Alright, well, there you go. You've actually saved us doing that. It doesn't require maybe as much head lift, potentially, so it's also more effective. Oh, I'm sorry, I still have to make a copper, don't I? that's copper. Copper, copper, copper. That in a second. Do the unpainted supports. Then the copper finish inside, unpainted supports. Yep, cool. Alright. Being blocked by other things? I don't think so, because we just did a test right there. And we just removed everything and still did it. So we just tested it. That it doesn't seem to be the case. Anyway, it didn't really matter. So there we go. Yeah, nice, cool. Just want to see one last thing with it. Is it any better with metal on the inside? Or you could do concrete, coated concrete, would have it be shiny. But you can't really see it. Jesus. That Milky Bar button. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, we'll just leave it as is. Anyway, we shouldn't be worrying about too much cosmetics right now. Although it does look decent. Right, so we could actually turn this on and get it running. It might just hook up an awesome sync to get the ball rolling with it. I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll just use my standard little blue and grey colours that I like to use. There we go. Keep using our... thing. I'm so sorry, by the way, because I still haven't read if people said they looked at Steam Next Fest. I'm so bad. Yeah, there's no power down here. Need a little walkway or something that can hold the power line. How do I just get a little bit lower than this? That one's just above the water. Love it. Go with that. Feels like we'd be quite low down though, but I don't know. Fine. Wonder can I just walk under the pipe here? Oh, I can. That's actually quite nice. There's a very, really big industrial feel to it. All right. Okay, are we happy with that? And then power can just stay on the inside track here, go to the nearest point and just go into the middle. To the nearest point in the middle. Nearest. Cool. There we go. Alright, let me catch that chat now. Whoa. You're asking for trouble using pipe holes? It's been patched, so it should be okay. But also, I've never had issues with them anyway. Once I learned the issue with them, you could work around it. I had pipe holes. I have, in my Copper Caterium build, I've got 600 pipe holes. At least. Because every refinery is fed from one. And there's 450. But to complicate it, it actually goes through multiple floors before it even gets there. So, don't worry. There was no issue. Hey Abel, and thanks again, by the way. I'm just catching my chat now. Just wanted to catch up on a few things that I missed. Satisfactory is a bit too good to compete with on even terms. Other games need a unique hook. I'll put it down for now. Tectonica 1.0 coming, and they split up the stations to different levels. Each level expanded. Nice, that's good. That basically everything that was. Yeah, cool. Why place foundations under the water to anchor extractors? You could just use pipe stands or pipe junctions. I normally do that, actually, yeah. The main reason, I suppose, would be, let's say I just had that junction. Somewhere there, I don't know, whatever. And then I wanted to anchor a water extractor to it. Holding control. There we go. There's still no, like, grid on this axis, if you know what I mean. We are now aligned left to right, or I'm not aligned forward and back. And also, something I didn't actually really consider, but I think has changed with this latest update, right? Was that you can't anchor to the center of it anymore. You can only anchor to the left or right of it. I don't know why they made that change, but the new snapping snaps to the sides. So that's why. It was more the first reason, but that's actually probably a better reason that I wasn't really considering. But when we were building the coal plant in this series, I remember that being a thing. It was like, oh, I use junctions to snap everything, and we can't do that now. Because, well, you can. You just have to, you know that you're 1 meter to the side now. You can't nudge extractors, so you can't fix that issue that way. Alright, so they're hooked up to power. We needed 333. 111. Can't copy those for some reason. Alright, that's as much water as we need. Now, obviously we need pumps. Get 10 meters free. Started there at the base of that one. It's 4.8, so we want to start halfway up this foundation at least, but we'll be a little conservative just in case. Somewhere around there. Now, is there a way for me to snap this onto anything? I don't know. Yes, there is. Cool. All right. $50 meters, so that would have been... Yeah, so it's definitely more than 20 anyway, so we're covered. Alright, great. There we go. Water's rolling along. We haven't powered these yet. I need to just at least give them a way to get out, so we'll just put them into an awesome sync for now, just to let the factory start running. It's nice to see the machines going, and it gets your manifold started a bit quicker as well if you're using manifold. Alright, there we go. We'll turn it on and then I can actually catch chat properly. Is that on now? Yep. Alright, just need to power the machines. That should be it. They will be receiving their water first. We'll let them fill, then we'll turn on the miner. Okay, let's see. Is this an oscillator factory? Yeah, sorry for it being so behind on my chat. So what we're making is a radio control unit factory. The crystal oscillators will be a part of that. So, yes, but in a grander factory. You just did a fresh concrete pour over a pipe. Very nice. Spent a whole 12-hour flight yesterday watching old VODs. Oh wow, you downloaded them? That's nice. Awesome. I do the same thing. And you're here loving the content. Thanks, Abel. Grip metal or coated concrete for reflection? With that, yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I don't know. I have to think about it. I think I need to put a ceiling on it and see the actual lighting properly. If it's just outdoors, you don't really get the effect. At least not the same. I also think blue might be the wrong color for it, you know. I just went blue because it's water, but using something that would bounce off the copper sheet a bit better. Maybe like an orange or a red might look better. Story of my life, bro. Not long enough to see a bulge. Always annoying when it's not long enough, but happy to hear Darren never had that issue before. Yeah, indeed. A visual bug, you think? Could try and save and reload? Yeah, maybe. That was weird that the thing was popping off to the side. It was also really weird that we had a bug down here. I painted this foundation, and this one got the color. But not just that one. It was like I painted these four. I changed the material. I changed the finish. And once it had a finish, then I changed the material to grip metal, and it applied the finish to these ones. That was weird. On camera. It happened. We all saw. The pipe is so thick. Put a ladder up there, up the side there. Yeah, I might do that. So it's just a concrete thing at the moment. I was thinking it would probably be steel frames. So normally what I would do with something like this, although I've actually kind of boxed myself in, is I would do this. And go all the way vertically down. Or, thinking about it, you could probably just do one of these. And then I could get rid of the concrete thing entirely. Because this would look like the support instead then, you know? The power could feed alongside that or something like that. So then you'd have this, and then you wouldn't have the bottom bit at all, just as an example. And then this would maybe be steel or something as well that connects in. That was the idea. I'm just using concrete as like a literal foundation for things, I suppose, at this point in time. But maybe we could go with a more brutalist look. I don't know. Use the least common multiple. How do I balance different machines that need different input per minute? I explained this earlier. I'll try to be very quick, but here's a quick one for you just from what we talked about. Someone was talking about how they make steel beams per minute. Certain amount. Can't remember what it was. Let's have a look at steel beams, right? Let's say we were making steel beams. Oh, we're making 15 per minute. Cool. Now we want to make encased industrial beams, but it requires 18. That's annoying. There's a couple ways to do it, right? You could do manifold. So let's say we had a few of these machines in a row. We could just have a splitter going into each one. I know the direction's not right. And then you just link these with a belt, go in between them, and each one is splitting off of that one belt. So let's say you have a belt of 90. Or how much does it take? 18. Let's say you've got a belt of 60, right? You've got 60 steel beams rolling along your 60 belt, and then these machines are just taking a little bit off. The one on the end will receive its stuff last, but they'll all eventually get it and ramp up to 100% eventually. So that's one way of doing it. It's called manifold. The other way would be if you're just trying to balance your numbers a bit better. For instance, we make 15 here. It needs 18. It's a bit awkward. If we bring this number down a bit, we can get it to reach 15. Right, so 15.48. So you kind of have to just learn the satisfactory math eventually. But I can just tell that this needs 83. Like, oh, we're kind of close. It's like if that's not quite right, you almost can guarantee that it's just 3s recurring or 6s recurring. It's usually one or the other. Sometimes it's 8s, but it's often 3 6s. So there you go. There's 15. So now we've underclocked it. This will actually save the machine power. So if I was to hook this up to power, it normally would take 15. Sorry. Well, we need to run the machine to see how much it takes, actually. We could just do that really quickly. It's 11.8. So it went from 15 megawatts required to 11.8. 11.8. It actually saves us power. And as mentioned, to people who don't know, if you go to half, you'd expect half of 15 to be 7.5, but it's actually 6. You know, so you save power big time the lower down you go. By quite a lot. It's interesting that's not even doing anything right now. There we go. 0.1 megawatts when we're at 2%. So that's one way that you can balance your numbers to make life easier for yourself. Of course, it becomes an almost impossibility because you balance one number, then the other one might be awkward, right? So bringing this down to 83.333 recurring. Actually, in this circumstance, it's great. It makes concrete at 30, which makes things just easier generally. But, you know, eventually it won't always work out that way. It's like, okay, I'll make the quartz number okay, but now the water is kind of crazy. So you'll have to learn to just deal with it. All right, now we've got 600 per minute rolling out. And this is a manifold line, right? So we're just each machine on the line. We've just got one belt of potentially 780, but it will be 600 per minute rolling along here. And every machine is going to take its little bit as it rolls all the way down. So unlike Factorio, these aren't arms that take one. It's a splitter splitting the belt evenly. So what's trying to go in there is half of 600. It's trying to put 300 in there, but I have limited it to a Mark 1 lift, so only 60 can go in. But it will fill at 60 per minute. And this next one will be even less and less and less and less. But when this gets totally full, then it's got nowhere else to go. It's trying to put it out there and it can't, so it shoves it on along down the side. And that's how manifolds work. So hopefully that kind of helps. Yeah, exactly. So normally it would need 18, but if you underclock it, you get it to 15. So hopefully that answers your question. You said, how do I balance different machines that need different input? That's like one tip for balancing. Kind of. There we go. Got quartz crystal rolling out. And it should be, if we have a look, it's 466 per minute is what we're making. This is a belt of 480. That's why we see a gap every now and then. That's expected. That would be expected if they're all firing. Which actually currently they are. So you can, if you hover your dismantle tool, you can, you know, when I do that, I'm often checking what's in the machine. So on the inventory below, we can see there's 10 in there, 10 raw quartz. Obviously, it's going to take a while to build up, but the idea is that it should eventually build up to 100 all the way down the line. But it takes longer and longer the more machines there are, and it also takes longer the higher the volume you're consuming per cycle. So this is consuming 9 every cycle, so it's just eating away at it like so much faster. Anyways, there we go. Cool. So that's the quartz crystal part done. We did that in service of crystal oscillators. So to make the crystal oscillators now, we need multiple things. I mean, I guess technically that needed multiple things, but just water and quartz crystal. Crystal oscillators. So we require 36 quartz crystal, or 18 per minute, cable, and reinforced iron plates. So we've done this out in this location because nearby there was a copper node. We needed that for the cable. And we're actually using some of it already. We're only using 10 per minute, a very low amount. So my hope was that we could just go over there. It's just over there. Grab whatever. I didn't do the math on it. I think it's a normal node. We'll have to check what we need. My plan was to have 25 crystal oscillators. Right, they make them in 1 per minute. So 25 times 14. We need 350 cable. Make 350 cable. We would need 700 wire. Interesting. Make 700 wire. 700 divided by 30. 23 machines. This is how many ingots we would need then. 350 ingots. We could do that, I think. That's a 350 ore, 1-to-1 ingots. Unless we use... Do we have pure copper ore? Copper ingot, I mean. We have that recipe. Oh, we do. Wow, we can definitely do it then. 15 ingot ore in. Almost double your output then if you just mix it with water. What's nearby this copper node? A lovely big pool of water. It's almost like I planned it. Someone planned it. How will it build up to 60? Will it ever get full? If the belt only does 60. Yeah. Because it's requiring 60 per minute. It actually requires that. Blocking it. So it requires 60 per minute. So feeding it 60 per minute, it's a perfect amount. It'll get exactly what it needs. You said how will it build up to 60? I suppose the question is how would it build up to 100? It actually won't. That's probably what you meant. So I probably misunderstood you. Yeah, so that's just actually coincidence. I didn't plan for that. If it was consuming 50, I still would have just put a Mark 1 belt on it, and it would have overfilled. But actually now, it really won't ever overfill. That just works. Yeah. It happens to be a perfect manifold then. Because the belts, that's just such a coincidence, because it's underclocked to 88.888. You know, it's such a random, almost random feeling number. So for it to be exactly 60, it just kind of worked out, I must admit. By default, it wouldn't have been that way. The reason we chose that number was because we're getting 600 out of here. And I needed 8.8 machines if they're all running at 100%. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to build 10. And then we'll underclock them to use that full amount, which happens to be 60 because it's 10. So that just worked out. Kind of nice. Love when that happens. That makes sense why we were getting the exact amount rolling out on the belt straight away. I was a little, I was like, oh yeah, it's working. We've got one little gap. That's fine. That's why you saw me. I didn't say anything, but I looked around the corner here and I was just looking at it and I was like, is that right? Like, yeah, apparently so. And I was like, they are all firing. Okay. Because normally what you'd expect is you're waiting for the last two to kind of work, right? They're yellow or something. They're flickering yellow. I didn't say anything. I was just like, we'll just see. This is kind of cool. Did wish we had the bulge, though. Not that we need it, I just thought it'd be nice to actually show it in there. And obviously it's all working, because none of the water is stopped. And is it getting backed up or anything? Actually is getting backed up there. Let me empty that. It shouldn't now, though. Now that all the machines are running, the pipes are full. Now everything should just... I mean, it wasn't stopping anyway, was it? It's at 100. But it'll be interesting to see. If it goes more than like 100 in the inventory, something's wrong. But it shouldn't. I think it'll be okay now. It was okay before, but it'll be even better. Alright, anyways, that's quartz crystal done. Anyway, Mr. Severance. Shout out to the TV show Severance, by the way. Great show. I didn't see anyone saying anything about Next Fest. Maybe I just missed it. But if you did find a demo or a game, I'll definitely catch you now, I promise. So just let me know again. Will your older factories from previous series still work the same in this update? Yeah, almost all of them. Because most of the changes in 1.0 to the recipes in the game were for things that you encounter in after Phase 3. So in the area I'm in now. But almost all the recipes before were the exact same. And then all the map changes, almost everything I built in my playthrough was down in grassy fields. A lot of it. Some of it was a little further up. I can't even remember now. But some of it was like over here, right? And a little bit in the center. Nothing changed except for one thing that affects my factories. These two nodes were normal quartz deposits. They've changed. One is normal and one is pure now. So it's even better. So the factory would still work, but you're ignoring a part of the quartz, if you know what I mean. You'd have to modify it to make use of even more. But the factory would work exactly as intended if you just built it as how I said. It just worked out that way. I didn't plan for that. I didn't know. I couldn't have known what they were changing. It just worked out that nothing, as far as I know, nothing changed. Which is why I could actually just continue it. But as tempting as that is, I don't think I will. There's too much different at the beginning of the game in terms of additional stuff, like the SAM ore and building the cloud chambers or whatever they're called. The cloud chamber is a cool name. Cloud chamber is actually the name of the studio that made BioShock, I think. Anyways, no, that was Irrational. They're making the new one. The Dimensional Depot, that's the word. Right, so copper will be the next thing. How much time do I've got left? Still got an hour and a half. Wow, this stream feels like it's going by quite slow, actually. I guess in a good way. Yeah, I recommend you could totally, if you want a big project to follow along with, build my copper Caterium factory. The videos would still have no problem. Everything's in the same place. They'd be fine. The quartz build is literally where I am now. That's a great standalone build. The liquid biofuel factory, again, it would work. Everything would be fine, but you could probably do it better with dimensional depots now. I think, is there any other ones that are real standout? The turbo fuel still works. Although everyone says now you should build rocket fuel, but you won't get that till later. So I'd still build that turbo fuel plant. Yeah. I'm not just saying because it's my own content, but I got lucky. They all still work. You know, you could question how optimal they are, but for the stage of the game I was at, they work just good. Just fine. Why am I using solid biofuel? I don't have any on me. Oh, I must have somehow used it all. Oh, I put it in the vehicle. That's what it was. Alright, here we are. This is the copper node that we can tap into. And if we build those refineries... So some of it, 10 per minute, is going this way. It's such a low amount. But this is going into my aluminum. Let's just head down there for a minute. We also just unlocked a new aluminum recipe that could... If we were to send even more copper, we would get way more aluminum casing than what we currently get. Interesting that there's... That's water as well, isn't it? No, that's nitrogen gas. No, it is water. That's the nitrogen gas. It's interesting. Just because, well, we have the lake there, I suppose. I was going to say, like, you could put the copper ore into that and mix it in the refineries as well. How we doing? 200 tickets? Ah, don't have any screws, and I don't have them in a cloud or anything. Gonna go down to the biofuel plant and just drop off some of the stuff I have. And yeah, I have biofuel in the cloud. I know you know that now, but I was mid-flight before I realized, so. Oh. Right again. Jesus. Oh my god, I'm so dead and I didn't get it again. Wow, okay. Good job, guys. Actually defended it. I have to leave. Need to get some... Oh, I have some mycelia. I was gonna say, make some more, inhalers. Nope. I refuse to heal myself. Alright, this boombox with me. Now I want pork chops. Did I have that? Oh yeah, pizza. I'm really hungry. I don't think I ate anything today. So that'll do it. Oh, I can only make 2. More pale berries. But we can eat our bacon, I guess. Oh, I don't have any. Nuts. Alright, anyways. And crab. What do we have here? Copper? Who builds there, you know? Who's like, I'm gonna use that copper node. That impure copper node surrounded by spiders and gas and stuff. That's the one I need. We have that? We actually don't. I don't have any... Got 22 rounds of rifle ammo actually. It's not too bad. Did I make the inhaler? I did, right? Yeah. Fine. I was never in any real danger. $300 megawatts. Like the 7th one today, I think. Anything interesting here? Stators. Some poopers. Yeah, mobs doing their jobs. That's what you like to see. A little bit of challenge now and then. I was like, oh, I'll just hop in. I'll just get that Mercer Sphere. No big deal. He won't get to me in time. And both times, got to me. Blood for the blood god. Why did you say that? Blood for the blood god. Oh, in relation to the just fighting the hog or the thing. Everyone uses the inhaler for bacon. Is there an inhaler that you get from bacon agaric? Oh yeah, but you mix the protein with it. Protein, pale berry, and nuts. That just seems like a lot, although I guess it's less berries. Okay, worth hanging on to all of them, I guess. Alright, this place is still backed up with just rammed with biofuel. What a flawed design. I just didn't think we'd make that much. It's so much biofuel. I probably should have made even refinery buffers or something beforehand, just to store like the amount of liquid when the other things inevitably get backed up as well. 2400 liquid. That would save a decent amount of space. Well, I'll probably just do what someone said earlier, which is just make some containers and store stuff in there. Like extra storage. And then I'll just build one here, dump my inventory in there. And we've just got a huge amount if we ever need it. That's full, that's full, this full. Alright, now the place can roll again for a while. Yeah, if you could biofuel drones, I would have so much fuel for such a long time, you know? Alright, well there we go. Just massive extra storage. We could always sink it. I don't know if it's particularly good value or not. So what I wanted to do here just really quickly was just get some extra, some of those shards and things, and I just wanted to break up, get out of that area for a while. Oh my god, excuse me. I haven't eaten anything, I don't know why I'm burping. So, what am I looking for? I guess any remains. Protein. I don't think I have a catch for the protein specifically, thinking about it. As much as I can handle, but we need to sort this so that maybe the leaves go out first or something. Because the wood just backs up biomass so much, because you get so much out of it. 600 per minute. Give that wood. Force it to allow out some other stuff for a while. Just because you don't really get as many leaves as you do wood over time. Oh, sorry, you get more leaves, so I want to drain them out faster because you don't get as much wood, so they can free up the container a bit. Let's play some music as well, why not? Oh man, should start making DNA points? Never. I will never give in. We will make our biofuel. I will find a use for it one day. Although I'm starting to think that we've packaged so much that at this point I want to store vast quantities in large vats so I could burn it in generators. Or something. Because it's like, well, what am I going to use all of this for? How much is that? 4,800 times 4. We've got we've got 20,000 packaged liquid biofuel. And that's from one container that we never emptied. It's insane. It's great, but it's like, damn. Fuel generators use biofuel? I think so. Let's test that. I didn't want to really build further out into the void, but I mean, at this point, it's like, well, why the hell not? This doesn't tell me actually. I'll just look it up. I think they do, but I just want to see what their burn rate is. The void. It's free real estate. I know, yeah. Yeah, there we have it. Liquid biofuel. Burn duration. So it's the exact same as regular fuel. It's not great. You know, it doesn't last very long. 20 per minute. So how much do I make here? How many generators could I run for? But you see, it'd only be temporary. It wouldn't run that long. I make 80 per minute. So 4 generators, it's not really worth it, you know? It's a couple hundred. It's 75 per generator, 75 for 300 megawatts of power. For what? Yeah. I would use the biofuel in my tractors, and I'd be tempted to get drones set up here so that drones ferry it and deliver it elsewhere. That could work. But the drones can't use it themselves. That's like just the only little problem there. The drones would have to go find the packaged turbo fuel. We make only 25 per minute. It's not that much. Can't really do much with it. But it might be enough to power a few drones, like maybe 3 or 4, depending on the distance. And then they could go and deliver the liquid biofuel around, maybe. But then when this inevitably runs, I mean, it would run out eventually, I guess, but it's so easily stock it back up. For those who don't know, the alien protein makes 3,000 biomass per minute. So one goes in and it just smashes out a full stack. That then goes in here, and we sloop this as well, so we're making 120 biofuel. We could have made even more. It just seemed pointless. This is where our slugs go. That was the next thing I wanted to do, actually, slugs. Let's see how many power shards we have in total. Yeah, initially we had the refinery slooped. I don't have that many sloops, so I couldn't do everything. At the moment, the slugs are all slooped, and 2 of the remains are. One of them isn't, actually. I think this one doesn't have a sloop in it, yeah. We could oh, I have a hard drive? Oh, yeah. Just got that. We can pop that in now, just to always make sure our protein, the max amount kind of goes out. It's nice to see the leaves are actually being used now. fighting their way out. I don't know. It would be cool to store it up as big vats of liquid, just for the fun of that, just to see that. Like, I could imagine like literally a sea of liquid biofuel, you know, waiting to go into the packages in the future. Although arguably these take way less space, so I guess it's more space efficient doing that. Already just made 1,000, just like that, you know? It's crazy. Give me the thumbs up. It's like 381 people here. That might be the first time we've gone below 400. The problem with this game, for me, the further I go in, the less people watch. Whether it be the regular series or now even streams. And I get it. I know it's not entirely, it's not the game anyway. Alright, I'll leave this area. Oh, damn, I missed the slugs getting made. Oh well. Yeah, we'll shift this to the top. Interesting to see. Oh, I almost clicked that. It'll be interesting to see where it ends up. I'm going to take out the solid biofuel because I actually kind of want to keep it for the chainsaw because we don't make any that's reserved. I'll just throw that in there. Just keep that in there for a long time. Now, if I ever need to grab some, we can just take some, but still. Alright, hard drive time. Throw it in. You can use... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could use the generators to charge batteries. Now, there's... no specific... I can't even make batteries, I don't think, can I? Or power storage. See, this would be made either way, though. This is the thing. Batteries store power based on the overflow that you have on the network, right? And they charge at a consistent rate. It doesn't matter if I've got 1 billion megawatts right now. It'll always take an hour. Am I correct with that? I think so. And it stores 100. It's so low. Correct? Yeah, so it's not like I can say specifically the biofuel goes into the, you know, is charging our batteries. But it would be the type of thing where I could maybe just turn this place on when I need a power boost. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. For the new series, I'll have to do something a bit more clever with something like this, for sure. Because this was fine, but I just did not anticipate making so much. It's like 8 times more than it was before in my previous playthrough for the same amount of, like, for the basically the same setup. Really crazy. It's great, but crazy. We've freed up some slots now. I wanted to dump that wood in here. Okay, I think that's it. We can leave this place now for a while. Come back later, see how we got on. See if we filled all these containers again. Alright, let's bounce. You're past the point of, I think, of being most useful. That was the thing. I think I did build it a bit too late. Because I got the hover pack, so it's like, now I don't really use it that much. And, oh man, if they do make drones be able to use it, then it would be viable. It would actually be pretty good. I wouldn't mind topping it up every now and then. Like, it would be pretty rare that you have to, and you wouldn't need that much to really make a lot. Because if drones could use it, I could set up a drone port here, they could fuel themselves, and then go elsewhere and deliver it and stuff. I don't know. That would be nice, but oh well. Not that it'd be optimal, but at least it would give it a use. Right, we're gonna head back. I don't think there's anything else for me to do. Just gonna start working on now the copper. The cable. So we need 350 cable or something per minute. Which means we need 350 copper ore. Actually, even less. We need like 100 copper ore because we can use water to make more. Yeah, trucks can use it. In this game, I don't really have a big truck network because I've made smaller factories. And they're just powered on coal. I don't really need to change it. It would be more time and effort to change it than just to leave it, you know? But I could definitely add new trucks using biofuel instead. Any new ones that we set up. This was the old place where the quartz crystal got picked up. So I had the big factory over there. And it would have this big bridge come along and go straight down into a little truck stop here. It's so funny that this is here. So I had trucks all over the world in that other game. But in this one, not really. Alright, here we are. So we'll go back over to the copper, and then we need to make a setup that's kind of like this, but just on the other side of the lake. It'll be refineries. So we have to look at the pure copper ingot recipe. 15 per minute is what we need in. 37.5 is what we get out. I'll be making wire just with the standard recipe. I'm not going to mix the caterium in. Or should I? No, we'll just keep it simple. There is caterium nearby though. That's tempting. So I need 700 wire per minute. That's 350 copper ingots, so 350 divided by 37.5. We need 9, again, it's 10 refineries. How weird. Alright. Would be nice to have a little way to glide right across. So I'll probably build them down here. Looks like a good spot for it. 10 refineries. Kind of flat-ish. Or maybe up here? That was just to add insult to injury. There we go. Yeah, let's take this place down. Didn't really need to use that, but whatever. I like the animation so much. SS Farming. Thanks for the super chat, and he says, I want you to do what's best for you, but I love to... Oh, so do I. I love the streams. I wouldn't do them if I didn't enjoy it. Trust me, I'm not a good YouTuber. Good YouTubers run their shit into the ground until they mentally break. I only do what I enjoy. Success or none, or not. Like, my Frostpunk series at the moment is getting very, very low views, but I love the game, so it's like, yeah, I'm definitely continuing it. What am I looking for? This thing. But thank you. Thanks, by the way. And the streams are really good, actually. I wouldn't worry about having to think about adding additional support or anything. I know I said the viewers are getting low. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not for you to worry about. I'm not thinking very clearly about a few things. Let's just get that off my inventory. I have an inhaler. Nuts. Really organize this better. I wish I could, you know, hotkey these things. I understand the build hotbar is much more important generally. Just die! Alright, anyways, we can focus now. Yeah, so I think this is a pretty good spot because our little factory's just over there, over the line. Over the lake, but we can, yeah, maybe just bridge something straight across this way. Join over to it. It didn't really matter. Let's just chop it all down. I've got no space in this inventory though now. We took so much concrete with us. Gives new meaning to dropping the bass. Funny. Right, let's declutter this a little bit. Been ignoring it for a while. Don't need the radio control units on me. They're just for building drone ports, so they can go. Don't know if circuit boards can even be uploaded. Oh, maybe. I guess... Yeah, I guess I never hooked that up to being uploaded. Because we make a lot. I just must have never done that. We'll use that. The equipment we'll use. Although you could also put the equipment up, I suppose. So we need it. The rebar gun I haven't used in a long time. So let's get that out of here. Got 3 different types of fuel on me. I'll try, I'll switch to burning my turbo fuel. Or maybe the regular fuel, actually, thinking about it. Just get rid of it. Stators. Might have that. The fluid tanks, yeah, I've just got random stuff from the MAM that we were trying to fill up and everything. Alright, that should be fine for a little while. Is anything in there? Just the concrete. The regular fuel sucks so hard. Man, you suck so hard. Does a 400 person 5-hour stream pay okay? It's different. It's all based on channel, like the viewership, no. For ad revenue, no, not at all. Way below minimum wage. But you know, when people become channel members and super chats, then it becomes worth it. I don't know. I showed it yesterday how much the stream was making. It said it made like £60 or something. That was 5 hours, so I don't know, just a normal kind of amount. That's pounds, so I don't know, $80. And it builds up some in the background, like when it gets views after the fact, I guess, a little bit. Dude, I don't even know how to. I never look at my analytics. I don't even know how to get to the the live screen that we showed yesterday. I got it. I don't even know if this is right. This seems really low, but it could be true. It says chat revenue is £10 for this stream, being 3,800 views in total. That's chat revenue. We've gotten more members than that though today, haven't we? So then that can't be right. I think that's just from super chats. Yeah, so super chat revenue would be 10 or whatever. We got 4 new channel members plus 5 at the beginning, so 9. And based on the tier they're at, it could be different amounts. You get 70% of a channel membership. To be honest, I get 70% of everything actually. Even super chats, it's 70%. Not the full whack. 30% goes to YouTube. Let me just make sure I'm right with that. Super chat cut. I don't know. I think it's 70 anyway. Some people are saying 50, but I think it's 70. Anyways, taking a bit. Yeah, YouTube's cut's kind of big. I don't mind it though. Twitch was 50-50. So it's like Twitch would take 50-50 on what do they call it? Subscriptions, which are like channel memberships, right? And that was a lot. It's like, okay, just gonna straight up take 50-50. But then what they do is they cut deals with bigger streamers, or not even that big, just people they know and stuff. And I have friends that have, you know, just slightly more viewers than me at the time, and they're like, oh yeah, even when I was lower down, like I know my partner manager and he gives me like a 70-30 cut. And it's like, oh, that's great. So I don't know. I just don't like any of that stuff. It shouldn't be different for anyone, in my opinion. I don't mind that if you're like a massive streamer and they're cutting deals to keep you on the platform, that's different. Do what you want, but I don't know. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, the good thing with YouTube, I suppose, would be that your video stays up as a video, and ad revenue is actually pretty good on YouTube. It's really bad on Twitch. So it's kind of like checks and balances. Either way, people are taking bits from me all over the place. But it's their platform. I wouldn't be able to do it without them, so I don't really mind, you know. They build the. It's like Steam takes 30% of a game. It's like, yeah, Steam's awesome though. So I, you know, I don't really begrudge them. Kind of consider myself lucky that it's only 30. They could be like, it's 90%. It's like, what are we gonna do? Stream on Kick. In your biofuel factory, if you go to the backed up splitter and set the right to OF overflow, then link that belt back to your dump container, it may help. Oh, so it just constantly rotates things around that are backed up. No, it would just rotate in a circle because, and thanks by the way, that's an interesting idea. It would rotate in a circle though because what goes into the container goes into the bottom of it, not the top, so it would just come straight back out as soon as it went in. I did think OnlyFans when I saw it, yeah. Yeah, so nice idea. It would keep the belt moving, but it would just literally be moving anyway and still hit the same block point. Like, because it would just be wood going around in a circle. Eventually it might hit leaves, but then the leaves would just go through and the wood would keep going. You know what I mean? It wouldn't do it. Wouldn't change anything. The way to not back up that one single line, if you know, not now, but if I was building it again, would just be to put a container behind every constructor. So each constructor is doing its own thing, that's fine, but each constructor is has its own container behind it as well. And then when you put stuff in, everything will just flow and sort into where it needs to go. And that would give you a much bigger buffer generally, right? Because then you'd have a full container of leaves if you needed it, a full container of wood, a full container of protein, everything would have its own container, and everything would keep moving. Unless you just massively overfilled it. You'd have to really try. You'd need thousands of, like, alien protein. 9,600 to be correct, to actually back that up then. So yeah, but that's the way to do it. You know, if I was doing it again, it'd be like, yep, they all need their own container. I would probably also do something like this, which could be kind of cool. If we did a foundation there. Get that hard drive, or chainsaw out of my face. I'd probably do it where the container sits underneath the constructor and it just feeds it straight up. I just think that would probably look cool, and that way you, in fact, it's damn tempting to go to the factory and do that because nothing would have to move too much. We could put the container where the thing originally was, which is like right there, and then just build a foundation layer above and put this up over it. I think I just solved it. Without even having to really change the factory at all too much, because the whole thing is, I was like, oh, I don't want to rebuild all those splitters and things, but it would, that way I actually would not have to. Anyways, wait, people use OnlyFans for non-lewd content? Apparently they do. I know you're joking, but yeah. Just build below what I currently have. I could do that because we are floating in the middle of nowhere, I suppose, but I'd rather just rebuild the constructor over it, but I suppose no belts would have to change at all that way then, maybe. Except the one going in. Is enough space, by the way? Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Just stick the container out, fly, hover, and just go under and just hide that away. Just one last thing with that. The only problem I see there is... Dude. Get that out of my hands. Seriously. I'm not pressing H, so I don't know why it's opening. I'll do this. I guess maybe the scroll wheel. I don't mean to be pressing it. It's probably my bad. Yeah, so if the smart splitter... Like, let's pretend that's the constructor, right, that we currently have. These are all the smart splitters. Everything's going in there. You're saying build under. The only issue now would be, like... Okay, so the constructor is sitting up there. We send in our whatever, then we have to bring this, loop it around out and up again or something. So it's a bit awkward that way. Yeah. It would be nice though to do it that way. The ideal situation is doing that, but the constructor would just be aiming the other way. Then it just feeds right around into itself. Otherwise, yeah, it has to go down, around, and up. It's a bit awkward. But anyway, Ethan, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. 5 more gifted memberships. Sinister Plank, Mick Spencer, Dave, Martin, and Akshit. Akshit? Akshit? Meta. Akshit Meta. I assume sheet. But I don't know. Could be Akshit. Alright. Sorry for taking so long with this. Let's foundation it and then speed up a bit as we're getting to the end here. We'll do this cable. We should be able to get this cable rolling, and then in the next stream we'll do the crystal, whatever's next for the crystal oscillator stuff. Suppose we should start with the highest bit. That'd be awkward. There, maybe. A 7-meter logistics floor. We find for the biofuel. I just never anticipated having too much. I just didn't think that would be a thing. People did say it though, they knew. I underestimated the sloops. I don't know if I need to go that far out. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see that. Jamichael gifted 10 memberships. Wow, thank you. Really do appreciate that. That's gone to Syrinx, Matt, Bram, Cyanide, Jason, J Marshall, 420, 24, Life Sucks, Loafinator, 23. Life's not that bad. That didn't do what I wanted it to. That's alright. Three more to go. Appreciate that. Sometimes if there's like absolutely loads, I'll mute the noise, but I think it was doable. Good afternoon, Blue Devil. Couldn't you just build the floor low enough to go up and over the storage container and then back up? It's too hard for me to think about and visualize. Build the floor low enough for the storage container to go up and over. I'm not sure. I'd need to see what you mean.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my end. The last note is yours to play.
Oh,
Your symphony resonates. Your
she's talking to me.
tapestry patterns beautifully.
Thank you. I worked very hard. I am organically transmitting the data package now. Any adverse effects on my blood will not corrupt its contents.
We hear this learning song.
See you on the other side.
It is time to tango.
Interesting. It is going to become one of them. Or something like that. Right, let's get these copper things in position. We can now load up our quartz crystal blueprint and just refine it. No pun intended. A little bit. We need 10 of them as well. So it was 9.33333. What we needed. Copper. Go. 9.333 machines. Oop. Eerily quiet. That gives us our 350. Weird math because it says 350 in there. Anyway, divided by, we're just going to do 10. So it is, they're all going to put out 35. 14 ore per minute, and 9.333 water. Alright, let's do our copper colors. Copper orange. Who can give me a brief recap on the last 4 hours? I can do it in a moment. I'll actually just show you what I built in a moment. Alright, good. We're taking in water here, so that's fine. That doesn't need to change. Remember to add your power lines. Alright, cool. So a recap of what we've done so far. I added packaged turbo fuel to our turbo fuel plant that we did yesterday. So we had 25 extra turbo fuel per minute. Not that much, but using some of the polymer resin that was there, I made a quick packager and then we set that up. That allowed us to get drones. We built a drone and just had fun with that for a little bit because I wasn't too sure how it actually worked. Oh, sorry, Guy Sillyman. I didn't see your one earlier. It didn't pop up for some... Did it not? I don't know. Either way, I do see it there. I'll catch you in just one sec. Double stack a storage container. Oh yeah, that would work. That would work. That would reverse the direction like you mentioned. That's clever. Good job. Yeah, good job. Wouldn't have thought of it. And Nicholas Farah says, for the recap, appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so the recap is packaged turbo fuel. We're using the extra 25 and we just put it into 2 packagers. With some of the polymer resin that we had, we broke off a tiny piece of it and mixed it with a little bit of water just in one refinery to make enough plastic to make the canister that could then give us the packaged turbo fuel. At 25 packaged turbo fuel per minute, it wasn't that much, so we decided, or I popped it into a drone thing because we unlocked drones at the end of the last episode. Built a drone, sent it to the home base just to see what would happen and just watched it work. That was fine. Then decided to we had to look through planning for a while, so it was like, okay, what do we need? Radio control units is what I've settled on. So we need radio control units, but I want to do it a little bit bigger than previous factories, right? So a little bit bigger, spend a bit more time on it. Not insane, but still bigger. So we're going to aim for making, I think it's 25 crystal oscillators per minute, 10 of which go into the radio control units, I think. The other 15 go into computers and other things. It's actually only 5 for the radio control units, so I just want to make sure I made that correct. I thought it was 10 for sure. No, it is only 5. Okay, cool. Yeah, so 5 for radio control units and 10 for 16 for computers. That gives us about 21, and I'm aiming to make 25 to have some left over. So we decided to look at where we could do that, and we chose this location because this is where our aluminum factory is anyway. And we have quartz here, we have copper, and there's water nearby, and I wrote down what else was needed. Copper, quartz, and iron. Can't remember what the iron is for, actually. Oh, we need reinforced iron plates. So the iron is down here, so we could probably use that. And just bring some up here if I don't find any other bits. Which I'm happy to do. So then, we basically built the first place of it. So I'll just quickly go over there, and then we'll just continue this in just one sec. Just to do that quick recap, because I was away from this area for a while. So we built our quartz crystal already. We worked out what we needed for that. We have 3 water extractors that brings a pipeline of 333 up here. Goes along in through into these 10 refineries. We're consuming 600 quartz crystal or raw quartz per minute. Now we're producing 466 quartz crystal per minute. So that's why there's a little gap every now and then. They're all running at 100%. They're totally fine, so that was all good. Obviously, we did some land clearance, and we built, you know, this little platform to start work. The crystal oscillators are probably going to be somewhere down there. So the cable, we need to make cable to go into that. It's going to be made over here. And that's what we're doing the refineries for now. So we have to do a certain amount of copper ingots and then make cable. Just actually thinking about that. The cable could actually be made over here. I might extend this platform back further out this way. Push the refineries back, and because we need to make wire and then cable. There's actually need a bit more space out here first. But these will be fine. Pure copper. These can stay here because the water will come in from behind them. But we'll just face them the other direction. So that's pretty much the recap. There is Caterium near, and I was tempted to make the fused wire recipe because it is right there. It's just more effort, and I don't need it. But it is there. There's water nearby in both places, but it's like it wants you to do it, but leave it. And we, oh yeah, we also opened up like 10 hard drives today or something. Like we got 6 or 7 new ones. We also opened a bunch of older ones that we had. And that's basically everything that happened. I mean, I'll probably just build over that, but just in case. Try to conform to the terrain just a little bit. Oh, and the reason we chose down here is because the radio control units are going to need aluminum, and this is next to my little aluminum casing area. I'll just back in 1 second. Back. Cat stream? Oh yeah, there's one up there. Another one up on the other one. I have a shelf just like that on just behind the monitor basically, and the other cat's up there. Rosie's gone out, so when Rosie leaves they kind of come in here. Head down now. Likes tummy rubs. Weird one. Dog. Darren, is there backup plan? Is there a backup plan? No. But, for what? I thought I smelled smoke, by the way. That's why I left. And then I just went to the bathroom anyway. A backup plan for the cat? I don't know what you mean. When a backup plan for when Rosie is not around? Ever? Well, we've been together 14 years, so at this point, no, there's no real backup plan. Alright. Cut through this, I guess. I'm their backup plan. Oh, if Rosie's not around, what to do with the cats? Yeah, I'll take them. They're our cats. I mean, We have said, like, if we broke up, she'd probably take the cats. They are kind of more hers, I guess. But I'd be very sad. I'm quite attached to them. Cat is gold. The golden cat. I don't know what that means either. But yeah. You'd get custody, I guess. Cat's chill with me if Rosie's not there? Yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, I'm their backup plan. Yeah, no, totally. Gotcha. We got their chat. Yeah, sorry. But cool seeing the radar tower in the distance like that, just like in the fog. Good. Alright, so let's try and map this out, where these are going to go. The refineries are going to go along here. I guess we could do that first and then figure out where the other machines will go. And then ultimately we'll either drive it around, we could drive it around I guess, or just build a little bridge that leads over there for the cable to go across. Yep. Alright, refineries. We need 10 of them. Pure copper. Oh yeah, I didn't check the... That's actually right. It's the right way in. Perfect. That's where we'll start. There. Why not? I need 10. I should probably start from the outside and work my way... Well, actually, no. We'll start here. Let's risk it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. 9. Okay, I could build this out further. Or I could stick one on the other end. I didn't want to come too far over. Excuse me again. Damn. Caterium. Oh, is that what you were asking the first time? Caterium equals gold and... Oh, right, I see. That is gold. That is gold. Man, I'm slow. Alright, as far as we'll go out this way, I guess. Cat equals gold is channel lore now. Just me being stupid. As usual. Alright. Gotta hook these up together. I didn't actually check. Their volume might be so high they might need 2 belts. Oh no, because it's 10 and it's 35. Cool. 350. Sweet. Needed those to be out of the way before. Right, pipe. Mark 2 or no? No. Only 93 water needed. This could have done with a 3 refinery variant, I guess. The ore in, we need 140. And I never did that other thing I said earlier, which is I put the metal bar up on top to hold all the shit, the power lines. All right, that's copper. No digging. Oh no! I'm digging that myself. It's all good. Oh man, I'm actually in a pretty good mood. You guys have cheered me up. I wasn't in a bad one, but I feel good. Alright, making good progress now, I feel like. Man, imagine how much progress I'd make if I just stayed quiet. Right, let's do the power next. Make it quick. Yo, I am chipper today. Just realized you could rotate that. Kind of interesting to aim it that way. Will, gifting the 5 as well. Thank you very much, Will. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Really do. We wouldn't watch as much. Debatable. Alright. So. Five gifted memberships, and that's gone to Viking, Hutch, Andy Myers. Oh no, it's not Andy Myers, he's here already. And the Taurus, Jada Back, and J Fox Gameplay. Beams! Love it. Are they already unpainted? I think so. I don't think you can change them, right? No. Cool. Alright, there we go. Power, next. Ooh. Oh no, okay, good. I was gonna say, oh, they don't really work with the beam bent this way or angled this way. Also, my beam is slightly one back, I think. I think it's the same on the other side too. You could say it's intentional. Alright, sweet. I guess this will have to go. This area's just kind of in the way. I really need to learn beams. The power connect bit is cool. Never tried it in my first playthrough. Here's a little tip I would give you regarding beams. Any kind of beam. Just always do it in increments of 2, so it does tell you the meters. Just make sure it's like 2, 4, 6, etc. It'll just line up a little bit better with certain things and buildings and foundries. So try to avoid using odd numbers. That can just help. Remember the height that you go up to, right? So it's like, oh, I looked at the ground, I went up, I was like 24. Again, use variance of 2. Ideally use variance of 4 when you're going vertical because of walls. It just, again, can end up working out better that way. At least I found. If you want to get really crazy, they've got multiple modes. You've got diagonal mode, which is interesting. But you've also got freeform, which is just like, go anywhere. You know? Latch onto anything. Anything I'm looking at, it just tries to latch onto. So, freeform is really if you want to get crazy creative. Diagonal tries to keep you on some sort of kind of grid. And then, yeah, default is just right angles. totally stole this method of powering machines. Yeah, I kind of can't go back now after doing it this way. I always tend to do this. The little one note though, I feel like what I used to do was build a wall, build a ceiling, and then attach them to the ceiling. But I found that this is just like a better way of doing it. But I feel like I need more creative ways of handling it, you know, because I just ultimately do the same thing all the time. But it is nice when you've got rows of them in the line, because then you have, like, you can connect the beams out this way, right? You connect them across. And then you almost have, like, this frame throughout the whole thing. I think that can look kind of cool. Anyways, right, so there's our copper. Copper was going to feed right into there. That's not a big deal. We'll figure that out in a moment. I might come across just a little further and then bring it down to that level. Maybe, like, here. And then we go down a layer, or multiple layers. Yeah, problem with that. That's too high for that, so if we held control there. That is the height of the miner. Basically, the miner's on a hill, so there's no way to really straighten it out perfectly. I wonder, could it be placed on top of that? Just so that that factory keeps running. Just gonna whack this up right now. That's just a 60 belt though. Let's just let 60 roll out for a few minutes. And it'll give those guys more stuff. That's 120. Be good. Just ram that belt. Just because I'm going to be disconnecting it for a few minutes, so at least the factory on that end will keep going with no issues, hopefully. Yeah, especially, yeah, I didn't think of that. You can build it. Oh, yeah, no, I say I didn't think of that. A load of my blueprints have it built in. You don't build the stilts, you just build the one going across, and then, yeah, have that power hooked up for you already. That's really nice. Yeah, good point. So I was hoping to use this floor. I mean, again, though, it is just going to hit a wall eventually, so I guess it doesn't matter too much. Is there anything that's going to be in this area? I guess not. I suppose it doesn't really matter then. Nice just to have a bit more floor space like this. Want them to be 4-meter foundations. Okay. And see if that'll be good enough. I think it will. I think it'll handle it. Just about. It's quite high, but I think it'll do it. Yeah, it's good. So we're gonna have to split it somewhere, but for now we'll just, again, just continue to do that. Well, actually, I guess I'll just put it into a splitter really quick. That's where it's gonna be going. Okay. Just split here on this foundation. Suppose that's what it has to do. Give you back your ore. Give me back my ore! And you can go up to whatever height that was. There? Just keep that running for now. Can't remember what I needed, 10 I think. Moments. So the rest is going to go forward and go up and over into that area. Alright, nice. Just get rid of that tree. It's the last one. One over there, I guess, as well. Alright, so that'll be basically copper hooked up. Then need to figure out the water situation, the water. I would say bring a pipeline. well, we could bring a pipeline in from the other direction completely, actually, just over the water. That might be kind of cool. So just starting somewhere here. Bring that straight down. Whoop. Power. There we go. Yeah, sure. Might have to come out one more, no? Let's leave it the way it is. Bring the pipeline up through it. You won't really notice it, I don't think. I'd be curious to see what the height over there was. Sure. That's safe, right? I think. Power poles in the water. Freeform seems like something drunk me might try out next morning. The only time I've ever used freeform is when I'm sticking lights between cliffs to light up an area. So you look at one point of a cliff, look at another point, and like lock them together with a beam, and then you put like a display sign on, make it real bright, and it kind of brightens up the area. Same thing to use, different than what other people do. Hey, wow, thank you for the gifts. J Fox got the gift from Jamichael Burns, I think, or Will. Oh no, it was Will. Build the pipeline into the bridge. The bridge for cable going out is going to be a different thing. Pipeline's just going to go up and go in. That'll be fine. I want it to be the same height as this, so I just wanted it to be consistent. Is that where it comes in from? Yeah, this is the height. So I just need to drag this out for a bit temporarily. Yeah, I'm just tapping spacebar. I'm not pressing anything to do with the build menu, so I don't know what's happening. I can't. If I get out of the water, it just goes into the build menu straight away. There we go. I opened the build menu and it closed. Ah, damn it. There we go. Alright, so that's the height we need. Electricity and water is always a good idea. Last thing you had open before we go in? Yeah, I guess maybe when I hit the water this was open. Oh no, it wasn't. I was just building. I was in build mode. And then every time I came up it opened the menu. So the only way to do it was I spammed Q. Spammed opening the menu to get, as soon as I came out of the water, to close it for that 1 second I had. Hey, little spider just walking on the water. Alright, anyways. Oh, check out the bulge on that. Does look kind of weird, actually. I thought I'd be okay with it, but it turns out I'm definitely not okay with it. I'm okay with it because I'm gonna use steel instead, and that'll look better. All right. Anyways, this is just a framing device that we know that we want to build this underneath the water so we can latch the things onto them. There we go. See where I go? Right where the mouth is just coming over the edge. But we could probably tuck that in. Actually, no, that's a good spot for it. I think, am I locking myself off? We only need one here. Obviously all that water to use, so we could probably do a bit more of an efficient layout if it came in from the side, but whatever, it's fine. Now, that's where our little mini walkway thing is going to go for our power. That seems really high. Oh yeah. It's supposed to go under. That's okay then. That'll work itself out. We'll do that in a minute. Just feel like something's not right with this. That just seems so much higher than it needs to be. It's a 1 meter too high. Okay. Oh my god. Now, I think the walkway goes on this layer. That allows us to walk under it if we wanted. Could link them up, I suppose. Now, the idea here was that we can hide this somewhat by let's see, getting the steel. This one. Bringing it across to there. Vertical mode, going underneath. Suppose the pump would have to be in there. And then the concrete could go away. That was my idea anyway. That's what I thought might make it look a bit better. Then we'll use a half foundation or something. Actually, we could still use concrete there. Alright, it's not great. It's a really big housing for a quite a small pipe, I suppose would be the issue. I think that's why I then said you could use the square. I'll make the pipe copper and look at it. Maybe. Just leave it like that now as an experiment, you know. I don't know. It feels like it's not the best, but whatever. The concrete probably does look better on that side, the kind of more brutalist look, but maybe with some other things added on you could make that look good. I feel like it needs a lot more metal around it in certain places. Also, we need to still put the pump on it. So from here we can go up to about 8 meters. 1, 2. That's our 8 meter line. If I build these foundations just again. Okay. Alright, so about halfway up this, we can put an anchor on this. Halfway point would be exactly where it needs to be. I'm just going to go lower to be safe. It's 50 meters is going to carry us up anyway. Then with that, we just get our pipeline, we hold control, we snap it the other way, we rotate so it's not clipping too much, although I guess it's going to be clipping through the steel. Get rid of all this crap now, see what we're left with. I guess the pumps are going to look really weird inside of a little thing like that. Man, you can't like look inside these, that's kind of weird. Yeah, weird. It's got like full collision even on the. I feel like it doesn't always have that, but anyway, I don't know. All right, pumps there doing its thing, and just change that to unpainted. All right. I like it. Yeah, I'm kind of just divided on it. Maybe it'll grow on me. I think it just needs more, something more to it. I'm not quite buying it on its own. Anyways, so the number is 93.33 recurring. Although maybe we'll just turn it on right now and just fill those pipes. Realized that off there and put that in there. Close that back up. Alright, that's what we got. Little extractor, little walkway, no way of getting up and down yet. Maybe a ladder going alongside the pillar like someone said earlier. Or staircase or something. Then the foundations are just hanging over this big massive rock thing, so I feel like what would be needed is lots of these to make it look like it's like somewhat reinforced or something. And then you could build the ramp ones, right? The inverted ramps maybe look a bit better, so it's like it's been reinforced and propped up somewhat. I could just latch on, there we go. Just to try to make it look something. Like something interesting's happening. Man, I never really built with these. They are finicky AF. You could even have big pillars then connected to those sides, maybe. Or we could try our metal styling pillar. What would happen if I did that, went across here, and went deep? And then vertical came down. And then if we made that like metallic or something. Like you could use the actual pillars, I guess. Maybe that would be better. Not really getting that metallic feel to this. I just wanted a really thick pillar, you know, something like that anyway. I mean, from far enough away, it's kind of doing it. Anyway, they look better with metal and all, but I just put catwalk onto the frames for a thin look. Floor holes also go through the frames. Oh, do they? Alright, last thing I'll just look at is just the standard big metal pillar, just to see what that would look like. I wonder, can you paint the... You probably can, actually, paint the concrete pillar, like metal. I don't know when you do that, but I wonder what that would be like. And then these could be colored now as well. I don't know. It's something. We'll leave it. Why not? Something different. Right. Let's. So that's the water. That should be feeding in, or it won't feed in. Sorry, feeding all along the pipe. We have to just connect the things to power, and then they'll get their water. And then we'll just hook up the Copper. Boom. Alright, let's do copper then next. And then we'll underclock the water to be whatever the number is supposed to be. The idea here was straight in the center line here, so this is our input point. Would be level, so 1, 2, 3, 4. $140, right? So it's a Mark III. Back up the right side first. $300 per minute. We'll just flood the right side. Oh yeah, we're not sending that anywhere yet. The ingots. Forgot about that. We'll just have to throw it into an awesome sync. Don't have time to send it into cable. Do we have time to send it into cable today? No. Yeah, we'll make cable, wire, and then cable in the next stream next week. Now it's just gonna have to roll in here. Looks good. The framed glass floor is my main block. The framed glass floor is what you mainly use to build with. Nothing wrong with that, I'm just asking. I just feel like I sounded like shocked or something. I didn't mean it that way. Alright, cool. These aren't taking an even 60 per minute, so they're not going to do that perfect manifold thing we saw earlier. So the idea, I guess, is it's 140 per minute for all of these. 140 per minute, and then we just need 10 to go out that way. So 150 is what we'll set it to, but I want these to just fill up completely first. Which they should fill quite quick, because this is now 270 traveling along here. Cool. Alright, let's see if we can clean this up just a little bit more. This single. Do you think this should have a pillar coming down as well? I kind of think it should. I don't know if that would look right or not. We just took to the very edge. Yep. Doesn't really need the... I guess you could put it in here if it spills over the water. Good job. Oh my god. It's the hover pack. It's the hover pack, I swear. I don't know. I think I kind of preferred it without, but anyway. I feel like my game lags if I use too many glass window pieces. Yeah. The frame glass floor is what I used to replace the foundation. Catwalk frame is the other. It's very transparent glass and steel aesthetic. Nice, okay. I just feel like that it might be a bit too much if you use it everywhere. But each to their own. I don't know. Could probably look good. I normally do on the outside of my builds, like the foundations are always usually surrounded by metal like that, and then the inside is concrete. It's like that's the structure, and then there's like a concrete bed in the center. That's usually what I do for most things. For now, I'll just leave it concrete. And then sometimes like specific walking areas would be like coated concrete, I guess. There we go. Full on water anyway. 93.3. Surprisingly, this isn't full up yet. Number these. Yeah, they've all got their water. 194, so this is where the manifold is just making its way down further, so just give it some time. They're just sending ingots into here. 225 tickets. So, with all those ingots, just to try to work it out now while we're waiting a bit, we're going to be making a wire, but I'm just going to use the standard recipe, but we could use the stacked constructors that I had before, actually, yeah. So 350 divided by 30, is it? Or is it 15? 23.333. That's 15. So yeah, we'd use stacked constructors. What the hell's wrong with me? Alright, just type wire. How about that? There's 8. There is one with 12, right? But we can build bigger now with the new blueprint designer, so we could just add on to this. 4, 8, 12. And we needed 23. So 2 of these actually would be great. And then we'll just clock them to whatever they need to be. They take everything in from the right side. Ah, that's a shame. Where is it? That could go into that group, and then we could have another group right up in front. There. And then out. Which way do they go out? They go out the left. That's good. And they can go into making cable. We can do this right now. This is quick. How hard can this be? We should load it up in the blueprint designer just really quickly though to make sure it's okay. Of course, while searching I can't see what it is. Stacked constructors, pipe, wire, 12. There we go. Valves for the motor factory. Are they clocked to anything? No? I can figure that out now. Stream shut down? No? Is it shut down for anyone else? We had an issue yesterday. Looks like it's all good on my end from what I can see. Nope. Good. Still good. Think. Yeah, there we go. Other people are saying it now. Alright, so stacked constructors making wire, taking in copper ingots. Motor factory, which is why the colors are the way they are. Let's do our copper and teal trim. Ooh, nice, clean. That, and then we'll just, yeah, I'll put those... I don't know if I really want the lights on them anymore. Get rid of that. We're actually aiming the right direction anyway, so that's good. Just need to clock them down. So if we're making, just to double check, 35, the 350 divided by the 15, so it's 23.333, but we're making 24 machines. So pop that in brackets, and we say times 30. We're making 700 divided by 24 machines means we're making 29.166 that are out, which in and of itself out of 30 is 97.2222. Okay, so that's the clock speed that we need. Copy that, and just paste that onto all of them, and then we'll build 2 of these. Then we'll just hook them up. They should be easy enough to hook up. And I'll redirect them back around to the same awesome sync. You can color the belts, but life's too short. Let's just agree to that. So saved, designed, let's say updated, developed for the motor factory, updated for Crystal Oscillator Factory. It's actually a radio control unit factory, or whatever. Alright, so let's try this out. I refreshed the stream a few times and it's still shut down. That's so weird. Just certain people can't see it. That's a different person than the other person who said it. Arthur Wojiwoda said it the first time. Or Vojivoda. Wonder can I watch it? Let's just see. But it might just be a bit of a server outage for YouTube or something in a certain part of the world, maybe? That could be what's happening. Yeah, it's working for me. Stream reception, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Been running flawlessly for me. Yeah, weird. We had issues yesterday where the stream just went down as well. But that did seem to be on my part for some reason, like an OBS bug. That's constructors wire, but 12. Alright, so. Rotate this way. Oh no, I think the inputs are the wrong way around. Oh wait, well we could rotate them that way, but then they're going... Yeah. Okay, no, it's still okay. It's a bit awkward, but it's okay. Something like right here, maybe? Four machines, just like that. Hopefully we've got enough space then to divide in. I think we do. Okay, let's just extend this one over here. Hey, you know what? Do an actual pole. Belt's probably going to travel down that way, so we might just do a pole here. It needs to be in line with that. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're powered. Now we just need to feed it all these copper ingots. It doesn't seem like that's enough, but I guess it is. I guess the math says it is. So, yeah, to go up to these 3 layers, it can be a little awkward. Not too bad, though. So, this is going to break off and wrap up this way. And I'll have to go in there. That's our first point of splitting. Then we need to go into a splitter that's going to be like right here. Pretty much. Nice if I could get that in the center. It doesn't have to be, but it can sometimes make things a little nicer. That would just mean that this would have to go here. Right, so just to check, each row needs 15, so everything 15 times 4? Is it 15 point something? No, so Mark 1 belt is actually okay. You know me, I like to just lower my belts just to make life slower and more awkward. The way it is. Can't help it. Alright. You go in there. This is so much quicker now that you have straight belts. It's like unbelievable. And the hover pack. The two together makes that so much quicker. The amount of times I've done that, it's just been totally wrong. I just realized something. You should never do that. You can never get to it again. Oh, there it is. I think that's it. Just need to lower the speed of these. We don't have to. In fact, it just slows things down, but I just want to. Helps me recognize when belts are empty and they shouldn't be. Alright. There we go. Six, 12, 18. So Mark 3 is definitely enough to carry that through. Yeah. Great. Alright. So that's wire. Now we're not bringing it out anywhere. That's the only other thing. It's going out to the left in pretty high volume. We're just going to try to. And then we need to send it into, I think, multiple... Oh no, we could use a Mark 5 belt, can't we? So, similar to how we just did that, we'll just bring it down in the same configuration. Thanks for the content. You Construction and Spectrum Dad are my favorite Satisfactory builders. I always watch them when doing chemotherapy. Helps distract the mind. Stay strong with that kind of thing, man. That's some serious stuff. But distraction and positive attitude, I think, goes a long way. New friend who used to play Steam Deck when he was going through the same thing. And he was fine. He made it or whatever. So I say this as if he didn't. But yeah, when he was going through chemotherapy, he was like, oh, he didn't say anything about watching videos or anything like that, but at least what he told me was that, yeah, it was just such a great, like, distraction, being able to play games and stuff and just keep your mind occupied with other things. I think it's super valuable. I think. I don't know, but I would imagine that would be very valuable to me. Just trying to think. That goes in there. That goes in there. That goes in there. What happens if I turn it? I was trying to aim at this way. Can I do that? I mean, I can. Should I? Yeah, I know. I said the same configuration. If we do the same configuration, we need to bring this out. Mark 5. Mark 5 should cover it, indeed. So, Jesus, I thought it said 29,000 for a second. It's 29.167. Yeah, so 30 times 4, 3, 6, 9, 12, so 120. So Mark 2 belt out of each of these should be enough. Alright, cool. I just got confused if it was... Mark 3 is 270. I always think it's 370 for some reason. But anyway. Alright, let's get some of that wire out of here. Then we have to plug in the next group. Thought that might be the case. Alright, that should be 700 wire per minute, I think. These machines will be a little backed up for a while. I think over a very long time they'll get up because it's like... It's 120 belts, but they're moving like 118, something like that, per line. Not that it really matters, but you know. They shouldn't stop-start anyway. If that's happening, it's just because they're not getting enough. Oh, then they'll empty out, no problem. Right, let me just dump that. Don't need that anymore. Alright, cool. There we go. I got the wire done easy enough. So let's just go into an awesome sync. Of course, that's going to have to then go into... We need 350 cable. So that's 11.667 more constructors, and that'll be the cable we need. So that'll be 2 of the 3 components needed for the crystal oscillators. We're almost there. We're like 1.5 way to our 2 components. So we're probably like 50% of the way. Closing in on 66%, you know, the 2 components. Yeah, happy with that. Hey, Zinarorius. I'm curious, why don't you use the best belts you can? It's just like it's an OCD thing for me, but I just like to, it helps me diagnose belts. It's not that it's ever really that important or necessary. You can do this in other ways. But let's say that if you've got 60 traveling, let's say you're sending 60 somewhere, and you build a belt that's like Mark 5, right? 780 per minute. You're going to see little bits zipping along. Maybe in a few chunks, because it might unload 4 out of a machine at once, and then they zip along. You'll just see little bits rolling by, like quite fast. At a glance, you might be like, yeah, well, whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Seems probably right. But the amount of times that if you set that belt to 60, because it's doing 60 per minute, the belt will be full. There'll be no gaps. And that's how you know there is no issues with it whatsoever. You can just know. You can just look at it and go, I know that everything's running totally fine. It's just one of those small things. It also, aesthetically, I think just looks better when you fill your belts and they move, rather than have little bits fly really fast. However, I am prone to making mistakes with it. Someone commented on a video yesterday. Fair, I don't mind negative comments, it's all good, but they were like, if you're going to insist on, you know, always using Mark 1 belts and then upgrading them, you got to be better at like catching the errors. I think I do catch them, but I do make them. I always make the error. Like, there's always an error somewhere. Because it's like, oh, wrong belt speed. So I don't advise other people. I never tell people to do it, ever. You've never heard me say, you should do this. It's just something I do. I like when the belt is full. It helps me track things when things do go wrong. But it also causes more problems, or can. It slows down manifolds as well. If you're building manifolds, it makes more sense to throw as much at it as you can. I mean, ultimately, it's still getting split. But if you're feeding machines at like 60 per minute, you're sending 780 along them, like, it'll build the manifold faster. So yeah, there's very little reason to do it. Love your Stellaris series, currently still watching it. We'll love to see another series of it sometime. Yeah, I love Stellaris. Or I used to. I don't not like it anymore or anything, I just haven't played it in a long time. To me, the game became quite bloated. There's a lot of DLCs and stuff, and it might be great. It's just, I'm over it. I just want a new game. Like, make the second one. Are you going to underclock the miner now? Did I not do that yet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it needs to do 150. So it's a bit weird. I was trying to think, is there a better way of doing this? There probably is. I need to just send 10 that way. I've done it through overflow, so it's like you have to wait for the refineries to get backed up. So that's why I powered the miner up to be full. I think it'll be okay though, right? Doing it that way. I was trying to think, is there an instance where it wouldn't get backed up, but no, I don't think so. What do I know? Oh, I was gonna say, oh, we forgot to do the water, but obviously not. We did do that. Great. Don't have to worry about that then. Have a little ramp that leads out there to drive down that way or something. All right, so I'm gonna, so that I can, next time I log in next week, we'll say that we've done quartz crystal. The wire is done, but we need cable next, just so I know what to focus on. I mean, I'll obviously figure it out, but you can help. Oh yeah, I never wrote this down in melee notes, so I'll have to definitely make a note of the amounts. So that's cable, and then we need the reinforced iron plates. Reinforced iron plates, and then that will allow us to make the crystal oscillators. Then it's a bunch of things before radio control units. Well, it's not that much. We have the aluminum actually already. We're pretty close to it. Have the aluminum already. I technically don't have the computers. Oh yeah, but that's what the extra crystal oscillators are for. Oh yeah. We're using the crystal computer recipe. I have the circuit boards. We're going to fly them in through drones. That's going to be great. That'll be on Wednesday. Gotta go. Me too. That's going to be it for me today. So yeah, pretty happy with that. Just to do a quick recap, I'd like to do my recaps on everything we did today. Always good to go back over your work. One of me and Rosie's favorite lines from the TV show Dexter, if anyone's ever seen it. He's like a serial killer, right? And his job is that he is... I haven't actually seen the show. I've just watched her watching bits of it. His job is that he's like a blood splatter analyst, and he also kills people. So he like works forensics, I guess. Anyway, one of our favorite lines is he always has this inner monologue of what he's doing, and he's like, "Now that I'm done with my job, I can begin my work." And I just think that's a brilliant line. It's like quite cheesy and corny and funny, but anyway, just came to mind thinking about like, yeah, we finished. Now that I'm finished with like, this weirdly is my job and work, I guess, you know. Anyway. Gonna go over to the turbo fuel plant really quickly. We'll have a look at where it all began today, and then we'll get to grips with what we did over at the quartz crystal and so on and so forth. Talk through the numbers. All right, so I'll catch any last questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. People might know where that's from. Hi Darren, do you not have a TV fish tank and merch likeness like other prominent YouTubers? No, I'm not a prominent YouTuber, and I don't have any merch. Nor do I have lights in the background or whatever. And I never will. Merch maybe one day, but I had merch before on my old channel. We did a little bit. It was okay. I just don't have the mental bandwidth to even think about that right now. Nor would I. I'm not trying to shake people down for anything. And I know that's not what other people are doing. And some people just like merch and stuff. But I don't really like my branding. I'm actually in the process of dealing with an artist right now to try to improve it. In fact, if you're in my Discord, I posted the logos in there of what he sent me. And the ideas that I had in mind and stuff. So, you know, with better branding, then maybe it'd be like, if something could go on a t-shirt or something, maybe. But also, I just feel like a lot of merch is really low quality. Even the merch that I run, like, I didn't know until I ordered it. I was like, not totally happy with it, you know? Like, I like the image and everything that's on it, but the quality of the shirt itself and the t-shirts and the hoodies, like, I was like, could be better. So I don't like the idea of just going as one of these generic, like, Teespring or whatever else. Like, I feel like you'd want it to be more custom and more thoughtful. I also don't really like the idea of, like, logos being splattered on things. I'd rather it be more subtle. It's just, that's a preference. Like, I've got art behind me. People might recognize what that is behind me. It's like a black hole from Interstellar. It doesn't have the Interstellar logo on it. It doesn't need it. I also have one next to it. It's from the game Journey. But again, it doesn't say Journey. It's just a piece of art. My other one is... It almost looks... It's hard to see from here. But it's Final Fantasy VII. It's a kind of a top-down city plan of Midgar. And I love it. And it's done in like gold It's like kind of gold that's all frayed and stuff. And I'm like, oh, so cool. Unfortunately, it actually does say Midgar on the bottom, but it doesn't say Final Fantasy. But I like the subtle approach to kind of merch and stuff. You know, I've got some merch myself from various things, and I always try to buy the stuff that it's an in-joke. It's a thing that I would know. I'm not advertising for this person, you know? I don't need to see the logo on things. So yeah, anyways, there's a long-winded way of answering all that. I don't have any of that stuff, and it's not a focus for me. Speaking of merch, show us. People were asking to see your painting. You don't want to show it? That's okay if you don't want to show it. I don't want to force it. I like it. Back from her painting. Here, out of the way. Hard to see. Look at it. The Bob Ross original. Rosie. Looks awesome. Yeah, I like it. It's the color. I've messed with the colors on my camera a bit, so it wouldn't really show it fully on that one, but the colors are kind of like a nice pinkish kind of color. We pay for that. There you go. No, we should just sell her art as merch. How about that? YouTube channel Climate Town is a good documentary about how insanely wasteful merch clothing is. Yeah, I can imagine. When I turned 30, just around then, I just stopped wearing merch altogether and patterned t-shirts and things. I just started wearing like pretty plain clothes. It's just one less thing to think about, really. Anyway, so what we did, just really quickly, what we did today and why I'm here is we made the... Oh, look, our little drone is probably just hovering, waiting to go somewhere. We took away its destination, so it just probably floats there. Or maybe it goes somewhere and comes back, I don't know. Anyway, so this is what we made, a little packager setup. So we started with one refinery. It takes in the polymer resin. It's got one little water extractor over there. Today was a refinery heavy episode. I think people say that this game is really refinery heavy around this time in the game. It would have been nice to have a few extra buildings, or maybe do a bit more blenders or something. But anyway, yep. So just a little bit of polymer resin. It makes plastic for us then, which rolls over into this constructor, makes canisters, goes into these two packagers. They make 12.5 per minute, so 25 in total. Package turbo fuel, 2,800 stocked in there. So now we're sending some in here instead, and that's all we did here. That's all that changed. Nothing else changed. This was built yesterday. It's a little additional fuel plant. I didn't actually check our footprint for power right now. Obviously, we added a bunch of refineries, but yeah, everything seems fine. All right, let's continue on. Oh, sorry, what is my power output? Yeah. We've just crossed the 10,000 threshold for consumption, so not that much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Because I don't know, with the whole merch thing, it's like, if I thought I had a good quality product... Oh, that's annoying. Good quality product, and I also thought like the quality of the clothing is good and then the art is good, I would make something. I have an idea for what I think would be a really cool like pattern design on a hoodie. People might hate it, I don't know, but I think it's cool. So what I'm in talks with an artist at the moment for just branding my channel a bit better is the idea that I had is a topographical map. So sort of like what we're seeing here, right? You see all the contour lines and things like that, but you know, like a more generalized topographical map that you might see using the blue and yellow kind of color scheme that I go for. And then I was like, maybe can you try to make a logo out of that idea, or can we use that somewhere? And I like the blueprint paper that I use, like the construction paper, like schematics stuff. So I was like, yeah, I'd like to have some more custom kind of schematics and things. They approached me with some ideas, and that's why I decided to ask them what else could they do. So that's just what happened at the moment, and I'm paying them for it. We'll see if it leads to anything. Ugh, I don't know where I'm going here. Need to just get up. And I know I could use towers and stuff. I just want to get out quick. Anyway, long story short, if I could try to shorten this a bit, if I was really happy with the design and I had something, I would definitely, I would pitch it and see if people were interested. There's no doubt about it. I don't want to come across like I'm above it. When I did merch before, I broke even on it though, I think. It just seems merch is also so ridiculously expensive. I just don't really understand why people charge what they do for it. Clothes in general seems to be just expensive. I don't know. But then you see some, anyway, the whole thing. For now, no merch. Probably not for many, many, many months, if ever. But I'm not that big of a YouTuber. People overestimate how big I am. Like, I'm definitely like the smallest full-time Satisfactory YouTuber, for sure. Like for the person who does it full-time. I guess I do other videos, but I mean full-time YouTuber. But like total X clips, way bigger than me, like 5 times bigger than me. At least. Bits, absolutely massive. Dude is like 1,000 viewers on Twitch or something, you know? Insane. I don't really know what his viewership on videos are like, but he's cranking out videos all the time too. So he's really big. Instruction, these other guys, I don't really know. I don't really look. I'm going the wrong way. I knew something was off. Anyway, Darn Total War, all caps at 45-degree angle around the shirt. That's what I want. Where can I buy the NFT? That's funny. I collect branded coffee mugs. That's cool. Each to their own. Yeah, we actually made coffee mugs too. Or I did. Or did I? No, Spartan 6, I think, made a coffee mug with my old logo on it and sent it to me. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know if I made my own. I think I thought about it, but I didn't actually end up doing it. But that was when I was like really broke. I was like, maybe this will help. You know? Now it's like, I don't know. I think it just, I don't know. Something comes across quite tacky about it, to me. It has to be really like good. Ooh, that's nice. We have that glow on there now. So this is what we did lately. Hey, you shouldn't have spawned in here. So in working out making a radio control unit factory, we decided on this location because there was copper, there's iron, there's water nearby, and quartz. Those are all the things we needed, and aluminum. We have our little aluminum factory over there. So the first thing we did was just build 10 quartz crystal refineries, just like this. Now we're feeding them with water. They're using the pure quartz recipe we found earlier. And we're making, can't remember, 333 per minute or something like that? No, 466 per minute. 466 per minute. Just going in there for now. This will go into the manufacturers that make our crystal oscillators. The water comes in from this lake, where we have 3 extractors down there. Pretty straightforward. We also have another extractor over here doing basically the same thing, but on the opposite side of the lake. We have 10, it happens to be the exact same amount of refineries, 10 refineries as well. Cranking out the pure copper ingot recipe. So we already had a node here tapped that's feeding into our aluminum factory. But at the moment we have it set to overflow. Maybe overflow the other direction would be better, I don't know. Where the copper ore goes in, mixes with water, again with just the 1 extractor. That should be good enough for this place now. Now, the copper ingots then roll into wire. So we've got 24 wire constructors, slightly underclocked, to equal having about 23.5 or something. And then we're making 700 wire per minute. And that's then rolling on our new... Oh, I just realized. Oh, no, yeah. I was going to say it's 680 per minute. It's not. 780 per minute. So our Mark 5 belts are able to handle this. That's all good. So in the next stream on Wednesday, we'll be doing cable. Cable is... Oh yeah, should mark that off. We'll be doing cable, and then we have to make reinforced iron plates. So those two... The cable is easy, but the reinforced iron plates, it's going to be a little bit of a bitch. And then all those 3 components are going to go into our crystal oscillators to make 25 per minute. 10 of which goes into radio control units. And... No, sorry, 5 of which goes into radio control units, and 10 of which goes into computers. We'll be able to make more computers. And that's it. That's what we did today. So pretty happy with it. It could look a bit better as usual, but, you know, it's alright. Make a WDP coffee mug inspired by the Satisfactory coffee cup. It's funny, they actually had a lot of problems with their coffee cup. People said the quality was really bad and everything, because it's like a metal cup, I think. Why not use turbo fuel for your jetpack? I just happen to have a little bit of packaged fuel. I'm just burning through it, and then I'm going to burn through the turbo fuel, and then I'm going to stick back to my liquid biofuel. So it's just me being a bit silly. Great stream today. Yeah, thank you. I had a lot of fun. One question I have is about blueprints. I had problems using the roads to climb. They don't fit. Still don't know what to do. Yeah, you can't vertical nudge. So what you have to do is... I'll show you really quickly. There's no enemies around here. Is that the Caterium node we looked at earlier? Yeah, it is. Right. Road segment. Let's just say we had this segment. You know what? I'm just going to save this right now. And everything I do after this point will leave. Stream 18. Alright. I don't know what's happening. I'm not pressing W, but I'm walking. I don't know what's happening. Okay, cool. Right, so let's say we're here. It's one of our road segments. And we want to bring it down, right? We have the ramps. I think actually going down might be easy, but going up is, yeah, one or the other is challenging. Visual runtime error. Ignore, thank you. Alright, so this will be a 6-meter incline or decline, right? It's like, oh no, our blueprints, they don't really connect properly. So going up is okay. Right? It connects totally seamlessly there. So one thing you could do is start from the bottom up, if you plan to head that way. If you haven't, that's okay. Let's try to make this go down, right? Instead. Bit awkward. Don't have a way to vertical nudge, so can't really do it without mods. Unless we do a little bit of finicky building. So we get a wall, and you just bring that down. Get our segment, and then we look at the wall. Turn off blueprint mode. Right, so just look at the wall, and then bring it up to the height that it needs to be. Lock it in place if you're unsure, pressing H, and then bring that in. That's one. Then, hit the wall. Go again. You'll have to put one piece down and then just bring it down. Hit the next piece, bring it down. There we go. And so on and so forth, right? That's how you do it. Now, when you hit the end, sometimes, depending on where you're at in life, you might find that there's not really enough room to lower it down enough. Right, obviously now we can. But you know, you sometimes find yourself in a situation where we're just starting from this point and that we need to bring it down lower, but we can't because we're hitting the ground. Like we're trying to bring it further down than is possible because there's nothing to latch onto except the ground. So in that case, what you have to do is you got to think outside the box just a little bit. And we just continue it down ourselves manually. Typically you're only like a couple feet off the ground at that point, so just finish it yourself, you know? That would be my advice there. But hopefully that answers the question. And then obviously you just press G to add this to your dismantle filter and just get rid of the walls that you place down. And then your road's in place. So it's awkward, not gonna lie, it's awkward. It's quicker than building it by hand. But what's really quick is starting from the bottom up. So if you can already know where you're gonna be, I think you can just go from the bottom up quite easily. But that takes a little bit more forward planning. But you could just build out a ramp and maybe figure that out. And then blueprint mode. Oh no, it actually won't latch either, but you can turn off blueprint mode and just latch onto the back here. Go back up that way. You can use the infinite nudge mod, it is vertical nudging. I just don't want to deal with mods at all. Until, just for quite a while to be honest. Because while everything's probably fine, I'm a different type of player, right? I do this as part of my job or whatever. So if a mod somehow broke something in the game, I'd lose my shit. How could it possibly break it? I don't think it could, especially a functionality mod like that, but I just don't even use the mod manager, don't want to do anything like that, just in case. Just overly cautious, but totally, I've heard that mods are totally good to go now. Obviously, they had a patch the other day, and that broke them temporarily, but people got them working again really quickly, so it wasn't really a problem. And your save still worked and everything, but just to be ultra cautious, and I'll just avoid it. Alright, that's going to be it. This helped a lot. I'll try this. No worries, J Fox. I'm way behind on these, don't want spoilers, but thank you for all the content, brother. Thanks, It's Jokes. That's going to be it for me today. I'll be back on Wednesday. Thanks again for watching. Have a great rest of your week and weekend. And yeah, Wednesday we continue crystal oscillators, radio control units, getting into big boy territory then. Maybe make some AI limiters if we've got time left over. I don't make those at the moment. And then supercomputers. Alright. Bye-bye. Take care now. See you later. And thanks, by the way, for all the support. Really do appreciate it. Thank you.